The Royal Commission has now resumed. Please be seated.
Mr Tokley, good morning.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners.
Are we ready to proceed?
We are ready to proceed. Before we call the first two witnesses this morning, could I please tender certain items? And they are items number 10.11 to 10.24 in the tender list, together with item number 10.52 in the supplementary tender list.
Okay, we'll take those documents as marked as exhibits. Thank you.
Thank you. And I now call the first of the panels this morning, Mr. John MacArthur, who's the Manager, Waste and Emergency Management, Adelaide Hills in South Australia, and Mr. Des Schroeder, the Director, Environment Planning and Community, Clarence Valley in New South Wales. Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
Good morning, Mr MacArthur. Mr Schroeder, thanks for joining us.
Mr. MacArthur, will you take the oath or affirmation?
Affirmation.
Mr. MacArthur, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And Mr. Schroeder, will you take the oath or the affirmation?
Affirmation, please.
Mr. Schroeder, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Gentlemen, I'd like to start this morning with an introduction to your local government area. I was just wondering, can you, first of all, Mr. MacArthur, first of all, if I may, please, can you just talk a little bit about your role at the Adelaide Hills Council and your role in relation to a natural disaster response?
Yes, thank you. Certainly can. My role is Manager of Waste and Emergency Management. So in regard to the waste aspects, I manage all of Council's curbside waste collection and landfills and that sort of thing. The relevant aspect of my role today, though, is in my capacity as Manager of Emergency Management. So I oversee all of Council's emergency management responsibilities and obligations and services that we provide. I don't do all of that work myself and rely on other sections within Council to assist with that, but it's my responsibility to oversee that and principally responsible for Council's response when there is an actual emergency event occurring. That is where I spend most of my time in the emergency management area.
Thank you, Mr. MacArthur. Mr. MacArthur, I might just bring up a map. Could I please have RCN stop 900 stop 016 stop 0001? And Mr. MacArthur, can you see the map?
Yes, I can.
And I take it that is the Adelaide Hills Council area?
Yes, that's correct.
And if you could just give a brief description of the local government area in terms of its size, its environment, and population or industries.
Absolutely, yes. As you can see from the map on the screen, Adelaide Hills Council is located immediately to the east of the city of Adelaide. So we are an urban fringe area. We have a population of just under 40,000 people living in 57 townships with a total of 15,000 households. Our area physically is just under 800 square kilometres, and we're home to the industries of food, wine, tourism, retail and light industry, with a total of 4,058 businesses, 9,834 local jobs. From a financial perspective, Council's proposed budget for 2021 is $47 million, to give you a feel for that aspect. Vegetation type is a mixture of forest, woodland with large tracts of agricultural areas through it as well. And the climate is mainly Mediterranean. We have very mild winters normally, but our temperature does go down to sort of minus degrees at sometimes, and we have hot summers as well. Our major sort of disasters we've had in the past sort of have been fire related, so that would be our biggest hazard. So we've had the recent Cuddly Creek fire in 2019. In 2015 we had the Samson Flat bushfire. Going back a bit further, 1980 and 1983, we had Ash Wednesday 1 and 2, which were major fires in our area. So definitely the vegetation type we have here lends itself to bushfires being our major hazard.
Thank you, Mr. MacArthur. And I understand in the most recent bushfires that approximately 15,000 hectares of the local government area was burned and about 170 kilometres of road network was impacted. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. It's about 15,000 hectares within our council area, but the Cuddly Creek fire itself is about 25,000 hectares all up when you take in the impact of neighbouring councils.
Thank you very much. I might just now go to Mr. Schroeder. Mr. Schroeder, if you could please describe your role at the council and your role in relation to natural disasters.
Yeah, I'm the Director of Environment Planning Community. I've been with the council for about 14 years. Basically, my major role is actually probably in the planning area where I do a lot of the work, but also I've been doing a lot of response work, basically following the emergencies, if you like, straight after them. In the floods back in 2009, 11, 13, we had major floods. I was very involved in the recovery, the immediate response of the community, and I've been very involved with the fire response in these they're very extensive fires in the Clarence Valley. And I do have some roles with the local emergency committee, but I don't look after that committee. But so my role's more straight after or straight within, in this case this year when the fires were going, I was involved heavily with the community in the response.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schroeder. I might just bring up a map of the Clarence Valley. If I could please have RCN.900.016.0002. And Mr. Schroeder, can you see the Clarence Valley there on the map in orange?
Yep.
And if you could please describe the local government area in terms of its size, its environment, population and industries.
Yeah, the Clarence Valley is very diverse. It's an area of over a million hectares or 10,000 square kilometres. Starts from up, as you can see on the map, up on the northern tablelands and sort of flows down by the Clarence River right to the coast. So we've got a coastal environment. The upper catchments are very heavily vegetated, a lot of national park, state forest. Actually, 1/3 of the Clarence Council area is national park or state forest. And as you move down the catchment towards the coast, basically we move down on the cane land and so still some national park along the beaches actually, which got heavily impacted by bushfire, but that's more heathland vegetation and cane growing. Up in the upper catchments, forestry is very heavily in industry up there, and beef cattle, major industry in the upper catchments. And as we move down the catchment, we move into cane, now macadamias, and tourism is very big in the whole valley. Population's about 51,000 people and growing, basically, and our major centres are Grafton, the city of Grafton, which is about the middle of the catchment with population around about 30,000 with surrounding suburbs. And as you move down to the catchment, you move through Maclean and then down to Yambara, Luca, where the Clarence flows into the sea. So quite a diverse, very big council. One of the biggest councils on the eastern seaboard. So we've got a big area of roads to look after, and so very big catchment.
Thank you, Mr. Schroeder. Now, Mr. Schroeder, I understand that about 55% of the local council area was burnt, or about nearly 550,000 hectares.
Yeah, that's right. Half the Clarence Valley Council area got burnt, and I might say that period, those fires extended right through from virtually started in September, even August, and went right through till December, when luckily we got a little bit of rain around Christmas time. So we had fires in the Clarence Valley for virtually a 4 or 5 month period, extensive fires.
I imagine that stretched council's resources somewhat, but we'll come to that as a separate issue.
Absolutely, yes.
I understand it affected nearly 1,500 landholders and destroyed almost 170 homes.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we lots of it was a very big, extensive drought, obviously before the fires, and so a lot of rural areas got burnt. 81% of our state forest resource got burnt, and we lost 169 houses. And we were lucky to get away with only losing 169, quite frankly. And we also lost a lot of rural sheds and 10,000 kilometres of rural fence too on top of that, which is important. So, yeah, very, very extensive damage. And council also lost 5 bridges and cleared over 3,000 trees off roads in that period. So it was quite a extensive effort.
Yes, and also understand that the agricultural economic output was reduced by about 50%, and tourism was down by about 30%.
Yeah, that's right. That's on the figures we've got. Especially the agriculture was mainly the loss from beef cattle and forestry, and the tourism was just, at times you just couldn't get even down the Pacific Highway to the Clarence right from September right through to about November. Luckily, we've got the Christmas period in reasonably well with the fires. We're out by then. But overall, yeah, a fairly big impact on the economy generally.
Thank you. Now, I just want to ask you a question about some of the difficulties experienced by the local council during the bushfires. Obviously, there'll be a number of matters we'll be covering, but I'll start with Mr. Schroeder, first of all. Mr. Schroeder, I understand that one of the difficulties experienced was a lack of telecommunications coverage and reliability.
Yeah, that's right. What we rely on very heavily is the tower network, and the tower network's patchy anyway. But what happened during that whole period was we had lots of the towers which did have communication with some of our areas actually went down, because what happened, the power lines got burnt. And basically those, within a day, the batteries ran out on those towers. And so we virtually had no communications, no telecommunications, and all the landlines got burnt too, in those upper catchment areas especially. So that was in the lower catchments, it was a lot better. But in the upper catchment, in the forest areas, like Nimboida, where we lost 90 houses, they lost communication there completely for a couple of weeks. And the same at Upper Ewingo, we lost 30 houses again. We had no communication, and so yeah, it was a huge issue talking to our communities, if you like, or getting to our communities.
Thank you, Mr. Schroeder. We'll come back to some of these matters in a moment. I just want to get a sort of an idea of the main difficulties. You've already mentioned the number of trees that fell over or were burnt and had to be cut. I think you said it was about 3,000. Is that correct?
Yeah. Especially there was a combination of council and also the RMS, the major roads that go over to the tablelands, especially Armadale Road, which is a 200-kilometre long road up the range. We cleared around, and in Silbury Roads, we cleared about 3,000. Council cleared over 3,000 trees. And the Guida Highway, which actually goes up to Glen Innes, the RMS, Roads and Maritime Services. I don't know, we're not sure how many trees they cleared, but they spent months there. Actually, that road was closed for months, cleaning that road up. We also lost all the guardrails, all the signage, and on the Armadale Road, we lost 2 major bridges too. So basically, quite extensive damage.
Thank you. And I also understand that there was a problem with the lack of water, which I assume arose both from the use of water for firefighting activities, but also from the pre-existing drought.
Yeah, water was a major issue for the firefighting, especially for the firefighters. We had tanks empty on all the houses, so to fight a fire around the house was really difficult with empty tanks from the drought. We had empty dams, and even the Clarence River, which it's the first time it's stopped flowing since the turn of the century. It was stopped flowing, so you even couldn't get water out of the Clarence at times. So the water for firefighting was a very big problem. Right through from a landholder fighting his wanted property to a person fighting their fire around their house, to the RFS with their water bombers being able to get water. So they emptied quite a lot of farmers' dams out at different times too to get the water. But it was a major issue, especially in the upper catchment.
Thank you, Mr. Schroeder. Now I might just go to Mr. MacArthur. Mr. MacArthur, I understand that in the Adelaide Hills, one of the main difficulties encountered was telecommunications because of mobile telecommunications black spots?
Yes, that's correct. We did have quite a few reported outages throughout the fire-affected area, which really impacted not only the community's ability to sort of get information out to loved ones and families and that sort of thing, but also didn't help council's response as well, because we had trouble touching base with some of our people out in the field to make sure, you know, they were safe and all that sort of thing. And the phone system was just, it was quite badly compromised at times. My understanding is a lot of that was due to power outages rather than fire damage directly to that telecommunications infrastructure. So as soon as the power dropped out through actual fire damage, the battery life on the phone system, mobile phone system, my understanding is only 4 or 5 hours, and they quickly depleted, and then we had all sorts of issues with telecommunications in response.
Thank you, Mr. MacArthur. And I understand also, and you've mentioned it earlier, that 170 kilometres of the road network was closed. Was that mostly local roads managed by the council, or was that major arterial roads as well?
Predominantly, it would have been local roads managed by the councils. There would have been a few sort of arterial roads as well, but not sort of like not main highways or freeways, but more sort of main roads between towns and that sort of thing. There would have been, you know, quite a few of those as well. And one of the biggest issues we had was trees and fallen vegetation as well. Just, you know, either blocking the road when it falls, or still in place, it represents a hazard of falling, and we had to commit quite a lot of resources to make that safe and clear our roads.
Thank you. Gentlemen, I now want to ask you some questions around the topic of plans and planning for natural disasters. We understand that that in New South Wales, for example, the lead agency is the Rural Fire Service, and I understand that in South Australia it may be the Country Fire Service. But we're looking at this through the perspective of the local governments. So what I'd like you to turn your minds to is the plans that are drawn up in preparation for a natural disaster. That's the first aspect of it. And then we're going to turn to the implementation of those plans from the perspective of the local council. And then we're going to focus on what worked and what didn't work. So that's the structure of the next few questions. So, Mr. Schroeder, if I could start with you, please, first of all. From the perspective of the local council, what is its involvement in the drawing up or input into plans in preparation for a natural disaster, and in particular bushfires?
Okay, I'll talk about. I mean, we've got the local emergency management plan, which is prepared by a combination of all the response agencies for flood, bushfire, if you like, and also coastal erosion. We've got coastal erosion issues also in the Clarence. So those plans are prepared jointly under our emergency management plan. So when an event happens, those emergency management plans are invoked basically by the various agencies. But as you mentioned, the response agency for floods, SES, the combat agency, or the combat agency for fires is RFS. In the case of coastal erosion, again, it's SES. Council then plays a supporting role with those combat agencies taking the lead role in there. But we actually form those plans with the together, if you like, about the response, looking at the assets that should be protected, safe places for people to go to. Also, the bushfire plans that go around our villages and our towns, the actual APZs or the asset protection zone type plans. We work together on all those. But when it comes to the main fire or the major fire front, in this case, the RFS, basically take a big lead role. And at times we also form up a control centre where a local emergency operations controller is brought in, which is generally the senior police officer, and controls that centre, which gets all the agencies in then to actually to respond. That happens when we have really big events like that happened in the fires. That centre was set up, quite a lot of times to actually, and that also invokes things like evacuation centres and that type of thing. So that's the basic framework that we use for all the emergencies, and we're very good at, I must say, I think the flood process we've got, and we're very good at flood. works very well. The fire one, probably this fire, the scale of these fires probably tested the whole system. I think nobody expected fires of this magnitude.
Thank you, Mr. Schroeder. And we'll come to the testing of the plans in a moment. Mr. MacArthur, the role of your council in relation to disaster management planning and plans.
Yeah, thank you. So in South Australia, there's principally two plans that sort of do a lot of the preparedness, disaster mitigation type work that are relevant. So the first one of those is bushfire management area plans. In South Australia, the state is divided into 9 bushfire areas, and each one of those areas has a bushfire management committee. And one of the key responsibilities of the bushfire management committee is to develop what's known as a bushfire management area plan for each of the regions. So that plan is basically a risk assessment type document where all the assets within the region have been risk assessed, and mitigation controls put in place, which really direct councils like Adelaide Hills Council with their works program in regard to bushfire prevention leading up to the bushfire danger season. So that's bushfires. We also have what's known as the Zone Emergency Management Plan. So South Australia is also broken up into 11 emergency management zones for the purpose of zone emergency management plans. Each one of those zones has in place a committee. In that committee, one of their key responsibilities, much the same as the Bushfire Management Committee, is to develop a plan that takes into account the hazards for the region. And that's also based on a risk assessment process, and to have mitigation options in place. Both of those documents are reference plans, really. They're peacetime type documents. They're not operational, and they're not utilised during a actual disaster. Those sort of disaster response plans come down to the individual control agencies to have in place. And even though council is not a control agency, we have our own response plan that we follow when there's actually a fire happening.
Thank you, Mr. MacArthur. Now, I want to now turn to the implementation of the plans, but I want to do so in a couple of parts, in a couple of ways. First of all, Mr. Schroeder, with the plans that have been prepared, is there any testing of those plans before they actually have to be used in a natural disaster? In other words, is there thought given to stress testing those plans before a natural disaster comes along, or is the first time that they are in fact tested during a natural disaster?
As I said before, I think in the case of flood, actually we're just about to run a test run not so long ago with that, and what happened was COVID came along and delayed that. But we do, with the flooding stuff, we do testing of the plans quite extensively. There's a lot more control of council in the floods. In the bushfire situation, as I said, we work together on developing bushfire plans, but you can't run a simulation model, or maybe you can, but haven't got the data to run a simulation model. With flood, we've got a very complex flood model, and we can simulate, all sorts of floods, like, anything from a 20-year, 50-year, 100-year flood, and see what happens and how we react to it. The bushfires were much more, if you like, because of the state forest, national park system, etc., and we're behaving in a much more irregular way. So I must admit, we haven't got the same, I don't think we've got the same control on the bushfire situation as we had for flood, and maybe even coastal erosion. We've got a lot more extensive planning on coastal erosions. Although the RFS do have their own plans, the Combat Agency for firefighting, which essentially has been in the past up in the national park forestry system, not so much on the coastal system or around villages that happened this year. This was as I said again, an absolutely big fire season, absolutely the biggest we've ever had.
Thank you, Mr. Schroeder. Now, Mr. MacArthur, I might just come to you and ask the same question in relation to the plans that are drawn up. Is there any simulation which tests the plans before an actual event?
In regards to the two plans that I mentioned previously, as they're not operational documents, there's no sort of pre-season testing of those documents. Having said that, though, the committees that oversee those documents do meet a minimum of 4 times a year to make sure they're still relevant, and information is exchanged and all that sort of thing. In regard to Council's own response plan, which I'll call the Incident Operations Manual, that document certainly has in it a condition to undertake 2 exercises per annum to put that document through its paces. So that's what we rely on, and we do test that. We actually did an exercise with that document in October 2019 in relation to fire, which put Council's incident management team through its paces. And I'm currently arranging 2 exercises, one for pre-fire season around October this year, and another exercise of that document for March 2021 next year.
Thank you, Mr. MacArthur. And Mr. Schroeder, now going to the actual implementation of the plans. First of all, were the relevant plans implemented during the last bushfire season 2019-2020?
Absolutely. The emergency management process, as I talked about before, with the hierarchy of basically the control plans, the control centres, they were set up, more often than not. We've got local emergency management officers that sit in that, and they were on duty just about for that whole 4 or 5 months. I think we got 2 officers, and they were completely on duty most of the time. So with that system of actually managing the response to the fires was extensive. Although the day-to-day operational planning by the combat agency, the RFS, is obviously controlled heavily now by the control centre in Sydney, even basically not by council. It's actually, as I said, that's the combat agency. They make the decisions on where they put resources, etc. Council's main role again is supporting, closing roads, helping with evacuation centres, the immediate response with communities after, but not necessarily we don't dictate how the RFS fights the fires, if you like. So basically, we're more of a support role.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Schroeder. And Mr. MacArthur, were the plans actually put into place during the last bushfires?
Certainly, Council's Incident Operations Manual was put into place and utilised a number of times in the lead up to the Cuddly Creek fire, which occurred on 20 December 2019. We did a partial activation of our plan and partial activation of our incident management team in response to some forecast extreme and catastrophic fire danger days. And then when we had the Cuddly Creek fire commence, we did a full activation of our incident management team as well in the plan.
Thank you, Mr. MacArthur. Gentlemen, I now want to ask you some questions concerning the plans themselves, but with specific reference to certain specific matters. The first is in relation to roads, because you both experienced problems in relation to roads. What I want to know, first of all, is are the roads identified on these plans? That's the first question. And the second question is, did the plans anticipate the problems that you experienced with the roads, either in terms of opening or closing or the falling of trees? Mr. Schroeder, first of all, to roads.
The main arterial roads or the main communication roads are identified as important routes for firefighting or might be flood at times. So they are identified in the plans. I don't think anybody, though, anticipated the amount of fire we're going to have and the ferocity of the fire. I can't remember a period where councils had to go out and clear 3,000 trees for safety or off the roads, or block roads, and then the same with the Guida Highway with RMS. And this was unforeseen, I think, and obviously the plans need to be revisited in that context, and how we actually get to communities who are trapped behind tree fall is a big issue, I think, right across Eastern Australia, at least given the evidence we got. But basically, the tree fall we've never seen anything like it, and basically the ferocity of these fires did that. So I don't think we were really prepared, quite frankly, for that extent of damage.
Thank you. Now, with the trees, is the cutting down of the trees or the removal of trees, is that a job before the local council before a bushfire? Is it anticipated in the plans that local government will have to go out and cut trees down before a bushfire?
No, no, they're not. Maybe in the future they might be. I'm not sure, but no. Basically, we respond. This is very responsive. Looking at the Guida Highway, with RMS have been along it now, they've cleared all the trees off. You've got to think the highway's a safer highway at the moment because of the trees they had to clear, and the same probably for Armadale Road, which was the other big one we had to clear. But no, we don't go and do pre-clearing. Councils can't afford to do that. And also, you've got all the ecological issues that go with that. The issue of we had some complaints about some of the tree felling we did anyway, and you got this the issue of taking extensive trees off roads, and you have to go back probably 40 metres, 50 metres off the road because a lot of these trees are that tall. So probably not really feasible, but obviously something that needs to be looked at in the diagnosis, I think, of the fires, and that was, as I understand, that was a big issue right down the eastern seaboard.
Thank you, Mr. Schroeder. Mr. MacArthur, you also encountered problems with roads. If you could address the question whether the roads are identified in the plans and whether were the problems with the roads also due to trees?
Yeah, thank you. Council's Incident Operations Manual doesn't specifically itemise out trees. Itemise out roads as an issue to address. That document is basically it's on an all hazards approach, and it's the role of the incident management team to, when an issue arises, is to come together and formulate a resolution of that problem. And that's certainly what happens with bushfires when roads become an issue. Our incident management team work through that. Having said that, another body of work we're currently working on at Council is another portion of our emergency management planning framework, which is to develop and review a risk mitigation type document. Now, when we do that, the roads will certainly be a key consideration in that about addressing longer term access arrangements in response to disasters.
Thank you, Mr. MacArthur. Now, Mr. Schroeder, both yourselves and the Adelaide Hills Council experienced problems with telecommunications. Now, the first thing is that there would be within your area telecommunications towers and the like. And whose responsibility is it for identifying those critical infrastructure, public infrastructure, in the planning process?
I think really the towers, we talk, black spots, etc., is probably been left to council to do identifying. The governments at times come out with black spot programs, and we put a fairly major submission in a few years ago to the federal government to get identifying actually some of the roads which were really heavily impacted by the bushfires as needing towers for emergency management purposes. And I must admit, out of that process, we did get about 4 towers, not as many as we needed, but 4 towers along those roads. And one of those was luckily at Nimboida, and that tower was actually crucial in the fires, where that Nimboida community got 4 hours warning due to that tower. Basically, without the tower, they wouldn't have had any warning at all, and that's why we lost 90 houses. So at least the community got an SMS message saying, get out, basically. And a lot of the community did heed that. But basically, it really falls back to council, I think, pushing for that. Obviously, at times, I think the RFS, the other emergency agencies also do that, but there really isn't an agency that's actually looking at it from a total emergency point of view, I don't think. I know there's also work going on the statewide radio network, which is trying to get one network across all agencies. But basically, the towers are really left to largely for opportunistic funding, I guess, from when black spot money is made available by the various levels of government. We're also working with the New South Wales government at the moment to try to get a tower up in that Ewingar area, which lost 30 houses. They've got no tower up there at all. So it's really trying to use the opportunities to get a complete tower network right throughout the valley if we can.
Thank you. Now, the telecommunications towers and the fact that there was only a certain amount of hourly backup, did that feature in the planning process as well?
I don't think it featured until we found out that the batteries, that the towers only had, at maximum, I think 8 or 9 hours was the maximum I hear on backup. I don't think any of us really realised up until this happened, and we had towers and at least about 4 locations which basically lost their power, and we had communities trapped in villages or in fire sheds or halls behind the fire fronts with no communications due to that, and obviously the power lines had been taken out. So, and it took sometimes for Telstra or Optus or others took them at least 2 weeks before they could get in to fix those towers up. So we had communities without any communication virtually because their landlines were also gone for basically 2-3 weeks at times. So it caused all sorts of issues from an emergency management. And we still had active fire fronts at that stage. So also RFS couldn't put out the alerts they needed to do.
Thank you, Mr. Schroeder. And Mr. MacArthur, in relation to the communications black spots and the fact that there's only a certain amount of power in the event of a bushfire that might be utilised, if you could speak to that, please.
Yes, similar to the answer I provided previously, our instant operation manual doesn't specifically focus or include communications as being an issue that needs to be addressed. It will, however, similar to the roads, be incorporated in the planning work that we're currently working through to sort of identify some of those key risk issues that affect the council, including vegetation on roadsides and failing telecommunications. And that document will have risk mitigation strategies in it that will cover that sort of thing off. But we certainly do have many black spots within the Adelaide Hills Council. My understanding is from time to time council gets asked to provide information on where the black spots are and that sort of thing. But other than that, I'm not qualified to really provide any more information on whose responsibility it is and that sort of thing.
Thank you, Mr. MacArthur. Mr. Schroeder, I understand that the Clarence Valley experienced problems with the availability of water and the quantity of water. Did the water resources feature in the planning, and was it anticipated, particularly in light of the drought, that there might be a shortage of water?
I don't think so. Basically, let me say the shortage of water was an issue in the upper catchment, fighting the fires in the extensive state forest, forestry, national park area and on rural properties up in that area. As you move down the valley, of course, the Clarence River becomes quite big and the availability of water out of the river was quite capable. And there's no doubt about it, the aircraft bombers had actually saved some of our villages downriver by using the water out of the estuary in the Clarence River. So there was plenty of water in the lower catchment, but in the upper catchments where the river was empty, where the dams were empty, as I said, the tanks were empty from due to once in millennium drought, just about. Basically, there was a lack of water, and lots of landholders also had problems with the RFS helicopters coming in and taking water out of their dams, and then they had no water left for their livestock. So water in the upper catchments especially, and also some of the landholders were fairly upset that the water was coming out of their dams to fight fires in the national park and forestry estate, I guess. And one of the issues I guess needs to be addressed is looking at whether there should be water storage areas like dams, if you like, in those estates. So definitely water shortages was a major point of contention through the fires, and basically it probably needs to be looked at. Although maybe the drought we've had we're going to get droughts like this again. We obviously need to be planning for it well before the fire season, I think, and probably the planning wasn't done, quite frankly. RFS did also, by the way, take up tankers into the upper catchments from the lower catchments to actually supply firefighting helicopters, etc., with water. So there was a fair bit of water moved from the lower catchments into the upper catchments.
Mr. MacArthur, were there any similar problems in the Adelaide Hills with respect to the availability of water or access to water?
Not that I'm aware. I think we're a slightly different scenario given we're an urban fringe council. The water supply here is pretty much articulated through the main, through our state water utility. I certainly haven't heard of any issues that arose on the day or the days of the Cuddly Creek fire. Notwithstanding though, I wouldn't be surprised if there were some localised issues, with power failures and then the pumps fail to work and tanks empty. There could have potentially been some issues, but none that I'm aware of.
Thank you very much, Mr. MacArthur. Mr. Schroeder, you mentioned that the plans had regard to safe places. And
Yep.
when the plans were implemented, were safe places established, and did you need more safe places than the plans had contemplated?
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, there is identified, we do this with RFS, the Rural Fire Service identify the safe places, although council work with them. And in our lower catchments, we've got allocated safe places. Some of those are beaches, for instance, basically for people to escape to. And the upper catchments, we had the village of Nimboida. There's a couple of safe places there, and they did actually use one of those. The community did use the Nimboida Canoe Centre as a safe place, and that is allocated. But if you go up to the villages of Dundarabin or the villages of Ewingar, where we had up to 200 people sheltering at the Dundarabin fire shed, which wasn't a safe place, wasn't allocated as a safe place. And up at Ewingar, luckily they've got a pretty good hall with a big cleared area around. And that ended up with the whole community there one night, virtually in that hall, a couple hundred people again, sheltering there. But it wasn't a designated safe place. So really, we do need more safe places, especially in our upper catchment areas, coming out of this process. And that'll be part of the review. And I know RFS with council are already working on that.
And I understand that there were a number of unofficial safe places set up during the course of the fires.
Yes, that's right. So what happened, Ewingar, to give you an idea, Ewingar is about 2 hours up in the upper catchment. It's fairly heavily timbered. Again, the roads up there got blocked by tree fall. So the community couldn't get out. They had no warning because there's no tower, no communication tower, no SM messaging. So they all got trapped virtually in that area up there. And they came to their hall, which was still there, and that became the safe place. Lucky that hall had water on it. And as soon as we could, emergency services and council got up there to help out. RFS also flew in generators and food with helicopters into that location, but that became a recovery centre from then on. And then it's same at the Dundarabin community. The fire shed at Dundarabin became an unofficial recovery centre, or a safe place, if you like, initially, and then a recovery centre, and that moved to their hall, which did survive later on. But basically, again, a lot more work needs to be done in those upper catchments, quite frankly.
Thank you. You may have answered this question already, but was it contemplated at the planning stage that such communities might be cut off from communications and access because of the fires?
No, I think no. Quite frankly, I think everybody expects that basically people get enough warning and then evacuate to designated evacuation centres in time, and that some of that did happen. But in those upper catchments, ferocity of the fires that went through Ewingar on the 8th, 9th of October, basically was a fire. There's also there's the same fire that hit Rapville, which is probably got more well known. That fire came through in one night. It was a firestorm, and nobody anticipated a firestorm like that, I don't think. And the same thing happened at Nimboida, even though it was a safe place there. Nobody anticipated a firestorm like that again coming through at night, and that's where we lost 90 houses in that one night on the 8th of November. And I don't think anybody's anticipating. This is a question, I guess, for there's other authorities can comment on the ferocity of the fires, but they were very, very ferocious, and we never anticipated, I don't think, the communities would get trapped to the degree they did behind the fire fronts. And the other thing that happened also, take the Nimboida community, we had a fire front at a village called Cooch Crossing. It lasted there for about a month and a half. So for all that month and a half, to get into that community, which had tree fall going on, you had to be escorted in there by the RFS. It was the only way in. So we had, communities trapped for a couple of months, basically, in behind the fire fronts.
Thank you, Mr. Schroeder. Mr. MacArthur, did the Adelaide Hills communities experience similar problems to those experienced in the Clarence Valley? That is, that they were cut off for some time?
Yes, they were, but not to the same, well, not with the same sort of duration. Here would have been sort of largely limited to a day or two, so not talking weeks on end, given the different type of fire and season experience between the two councils. So it was mainly around the fire had burnt through, you had power lines down, you had trees down. The townships and roads just aren't open to the public for risk reasons. So people, yes, were cut off, but not to the same extent as explained.
Thank you. And in terms of safe places for communities to go, were these safe places identified in the plans and were they utilised?
Whether they're identified in plans would be a question for the control agency, which in this case would be the CFS. They certainly are in place. I'm not sure if they're captured within their planning and response documents, but we have safer places and last resorts in South Australia. So the safer place is a place where you can go with relatively safe, whereas the last resort is you're caught on the hop and you need to get somewhere, and it's a last resort refuge in the event of a fire. In regards to Cully Creek, two of the main townships that were impacted by that fire, Lobethorn and Woodside, are both designated as safer places. And by the very nature of a township, they tend to be locations where the community gravitate to in times of emergency, which happened with the Cully Creek fire. Certainly there would have been some examples of some of our minor or smaller towns that aren't designated as safer places would have been used for that purpose by the community, purely from the fact that it's a township and it's probably relatively more safer than isolated homes out on rural land.
Pardon me for 1 minute. Mr. Schroeder, in relation to council resources, obviously with a very long fire season, council resources would have been stretched. And I understand that at some point in time there was also a difficulty concerning the coordination between control centres, because a number of control centres were set up and council couldn't have resources in each of the control centres.
Yeah, that's true. We were stretched. There's no doubt about it. With the council, every agency was absolutely stretched during that fire season. It was huge, and Clarence being such a big catchment, we had, for instance, a control centre set up in Grafton at times, or a fire centre which was controlled from the Richmond Valley, which was set up in Casino, and we had a fire centre which was control centre was set up at Glen Innes, and we had communities impacted by all those control centres. So we had our local emergency management office set up in the fire centre at Grafton, but we weren't getting communication, for instance, from the Glen Innes guys necessarily, that the Dundaraban community were trapped up at Dundaraban for quite a while. We didn't realise that. Council didn't know that, and we were getting requests from the community, what are you doing to help us? So that was one of the issues. The other issue, we had a fire that came out of the Richmond Control Centre, the Oaken Fire Centre, towards our villages at Wombar, Iluka, Ashby, and basically our understanding, and this has come from debriefs, I wasn't directly there, but from debriefs that's been happening over the last few weeks, that there was a problem with handover, if you like, from one control centre to the other, which potentially could have put those villages at risk. As it turns out, the RFS did a great job with their water bombing aircraft to control those fires to a degree. But basically, there was an issue of communication. It clearly needs to be looked at. It needs to be looked at from a council point of view, how we resource those centres, having staff in them or some other mechanism. Given how big our council area is, it's huge, and you are going to have control centres at different places, and that's obviously been looked at the moment in the reviews that are going on, basically for that purpose. And also, yeah, you're right, the council resources were severely stretched and still have been stretched by the fires, because we're still responding to replacing bridges. We've got extensive contractor crews out there doing work at them as we speak right now. Fire clean-up still happening. So our landfill's been used. So there's a lot of work that keeps on going with the fire recovery, if you like.
Thank you. And Mr. MacArthur, I take it that did the fires also stretch the resources of the Adelaide Hills Council?
Yes, that's correct. Given the time of year for Cuddly Creek, just prior to Christmas, we had a lot of staff on leave, as it was. But generally, what we do, we pull in, as far as manning staffing our incident management team, we bring in staff from other areas of council. So we manage to deal with the emergency response okay, but what suffers is the day-to-day business of council, because that's not being done because those people are redeployed into emergency management type operations. We also had a lot of support from other local councils, which is well coordinated through the local government functional support group that we have set up here in South Australia. That group is a functional support group identified within the State Emergency Management Plan, and they have a number of responsibilities. One of the key ones being in a response phase of emergency is to step in, not take over, but to assist the affected councils coordinate their responses to the emergency. So they've got a key role in coordinating the response, and that certainly happened very well with Cuddly Creek, where the control agency, in this case the CFS, were asking things to happen rather than coming directly to Adelaide Hills Council. They would put that request through a local government liaison officer, and that liaison officer would then get onto the councils and say that the control agency want this, can you provide it or not? And it worked both ways. If council was asked to do something and we didn't have the capacity or the resources to address it ourselves, we could go to the local government functional support group and they would go out and find a resource to do that. So that aspect of it worked very well, I thought, for the Cuddly Creek fire response.
Thank you, Mr. MacArthur. Mr. MacArthur, I've just got a couple of specific questions relevant, I think, to the Adelaide Hills, and that concerns the existence of a recovery centre. And first of all, are recovery centres contemplated in the planning process for bushfires?
Not strictly a responsibility for council. It would be more a question for our State Recovery Office, but my understanding is absolutely they are, but it's not a responsibility of council to plan for that sort of thing. Our key role in that area is to support to support the agencies who are calling for those recovery centres to be set up.
Thank you. And I understand a recovery centre was set up in the Adelaide Hills?
Yep. Initially, when the fire first started, there was two relief centres set up, one in Mount Barker and one in Highbury, to provide that immediate need to the affected communities that have lost their houses and have been affected by the fire in other ways. The state government, pleasingly, were very quick to then establish a recovery centre in the township of Lobethal, which once that was established, and I think it was only a few days after the initial fire, once that was established, the recovery centre, the relief centres were shut, and the recovery centre took the role of that. The recovery centre, had basically had state government agencies in there, like Centrelink and that sort of thing. Council had representation in there. We had a planning officer in there to help people with queries about rebuilding. We had customer service in there. I believe there was insurance companies in there from time to time providing advice. So that was really the role of the recovery centre, but that is a state government obligation as opposed to a local government requirement to deliver.
Thank you, Mr. MacArthur. And the other thing I think that was unique to the Adelaide Hills Council was that during the recovery, you received assistance from the Australian Defence Force?
Yes, we did, and well welcome assistance it was too. So the ADF were on the ground very quickly in response to the Cuddly Creek fire here. They actually set up, based themselves inside the recovery centre at Lobethal as well. And the beauty of that, any community member experiencing, or wanting some assistance with a matter, the ADF are right there, and then it could be dealt with, and they'd send people out. Council also relied upon the ADF in a number of areas around helping with clearing vegetation, getting trees off property owners' fences, all that sort of thing, providing access to properties and businesses. So the ADF did quite a bit in the Cully Creek area.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy. When I said unique, I didn't mean that it was the only local council that received assistance. It was by contrast to, I think, some other areas which didn't require it. Mr. MacArthur, at the planning stage, does the planning, to your knowledge, does the planning contemplate any role for the ADF in relation to the response or to the recovery aspects?
Mr. Tokley, I think I just wanted to clarify that unique bit. I think the unique
yes.
part for that LGA is that they actually have a small unit in Woodside, so they can access DAC 1 quite quickly. I think that was the area.
Thank you, Chair.
I just want to put the context right
Yes.
for it. Yeah.
Yes. Did you? I don't know if you heard that, Mr. MacArthur, but I understand that the ADF are located at Woodside in the Adelaide Hills.
That's correct. Yeah, their base almost got burnt by the fire itself, but luckily they just missed out. So
Yes. So that I take it they were on the border of the fire area.
yes, very close to it.
Thank you, Mr. MacArthur. And then it was just the question of whether in the planning, is there any recognition or any contemplation that the ADF might be used when the plans are being prepared?
I'm not really sure of the answer to that, to be honest. I don't really know.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Now, gentlemen, I imagine that in light of the most recent bushfires, the plans that have been drawn up are being revisited. Mr. MacArthur's nodding. Yes, I take that as yes. Mr. Schroeder?
Yes, sorry.
Yes.
Yes.
And you may recall that at the start of the questioning I asked you about we'd look at the implementation of the plans and what worked and what didn't work, and we've covered a number of topics of interest to me and hopefully the commissioners. Now, I just wanted to know if there's anything that you thought had been planned for which worked exceptionally well, and any, first of all?
Which one?
Mr. Schroeder, beg your pardon.
Comment. I think the overall what worked extremely well was the RFS response. Overall, given the extreme fires we had, which went for extended periods and we had multiple fire fronts, you have to give the RFS and the emergency management planning process its due. It actually did save a lot of our council areas, especially houses and villages, and that response plan worked extremely well in extreme circumstances, given that these fires were unprecedented. So I think we had villages which we thought we might lose, and there's no doubt about it, they were saved by extensive firefighting, and you'd have to say that worked extremely well. I don't think anybody was really prepared for the extent of the fires, but given the circumstances, it could have been a lot worse.
Thank you.
So I think the firefighting effort should be applauded.
Thank you, Mr. Schroeder. And we've covered a number of the matters that were relevant to the plans, for example, the telecommunications and roads and the like. Is there anything else that might be added to the list of perhaps what didn't work as well as it might have?
I think the issue, and I know the Commission's looking at it, I'd say, but it's the issue of the extreme fires we're getting now, the issue of being prepared for the extent of fires we had in this event, firestorms, fires creating their own fronts, creating their own weather pattern. The issue about what we do with hazard reduction, what we do with planning for those is a major issue that everybody needs to come to terms with. And given the climate change, as I put in our submission, I think we're supposed to get a 7 weeks more summer just about. So really, this issue of climate change, the issue of the extent of the fires is really something everybody needs to put their head around, I guess, and that's probably the biggest challenge given the amount of vegetation we've got in our catchments too.
Thank you, Mr. Schroeder. Mr. MacArthur, anything that stood out as working exceptionally well and anything that stood out as not working exceptionally well?
Similar to information provided by Mr. Schroeder. I think that the CFS here did a magnificent job in controlling the fire as quickly as they did under the circumstances. It was very fast-moving fire in difficult terrain. The volunteers need to be commended for the work they did with that, and along with all the supporting agencies in the community that helped, basically rally together in time of need to minimise the impact of that fire. So I think that was a really good effort. From Council's perspective, our incident operations manual worked very well, I think. We didn't have any sort of bad things go wrong with our response. We managed to deal with most things asked of us quickly in an efficient manner. So I think all that worked well from Council's perspective. In regards to things that could have been done better, look, there's no standout for me. I think that not so much an issue that could have been better, but more an awareness with climate change, and these sort of events are going to be becoming more and more frequent. I think, from all levels of government and the community need to be prepared for that and consider that in their planning for the future. Because, these sort of events are very resource intensive to respond to, not only in the response phase, but ongoing through recovery. And if we have more and more of them, which is looking likely, we all need to be in a position to manage that. I just think that needs to be a consideration going forward.
Thank you very much, Mr. MacArthur. Chair, Commissioners, I've completed my questioning. I was wondering if you have some questions for the witnesses.
Yeah, we do for both witnesses. I've got a couple for Mr. MacArthur, then one for Mr. Schroeder, then I'll go to Commissioner Bennett and Commissioner McIntosh. Mr. MacArthur, it's a question that's around trees and roads again. Throughout your submission to us, there's comments of no significant risk of falling trees, closing roads. You said yourself you had a number of roads, a lot of trees cleared and roads closed through the period. And I understand that was the reason it took about 3 weeks, I think, to get the recovery centre into Lobethal. And we heard that from a previous witness as well. So with all the road closures and the like, there's a comment you make in your submission that you weren't aware of any access issues hindering evacuation during the fire. Is that because evacuations weren't contemplated because the roads were not able to support evacuation, or it wasn't required?
In response to the comment in the submission in relation to that, it was about evacuations in the peak of the actual fire itself.
Okay.
Certainly, once the fire front had passed, there certainly was access issues. I'm not aware of any whole-scale evacuations, if any, that took place in response to Cuddly Creek either. I don't believe there were any. I may be wrong, but I don't think there were whole-scale evacuations of towns and that sort of thing. It just didn't happen.
Okay. Following from that, and again, we're looking at identifying risks up front and then being able to put them into the plan. We had, and what may impact you being able to do that. We heard from witnesses yesterday about the Vegetation Management Act and the impact it had on communities being able to prepare adequately for fires. In your response, where we were asked about any legislated issues, whatever that might have impacted you, you didn't mention anything. So I'm just wondering if actually in hindsight, with a chance to think about it, now you've got lessons learned and you're looking forward with the tree issue for roads, noting that those lessons you need to address it, are there any acts, whether it be state or federal, that will impact your ability to take those lessons forward and be able to improve, the survivability of communities into the future?
None that I'm aware of. The submission provided by Council was put together by a number of different people, and the Native Vegetation Act, the example you provided, is not an area I'm overly familiar with. It wasn't raised as an issue when we formulated the submission, that particular piece of legislation, but certainly happy to take that on notice and provide some information back to the Commission, if so required, regarding that piece of legislation. In reference to other areas of legislation, there's nothing that we are aware of that would impede our planning, response and recovery for natural disasters.
Okay, no, we will provide you with that question just in that context. That's really what we're asking about. And obviously, having visited that area and driven around, I can see how the roads are easily closed there. So we will ask you that more formally and in that context. So thank you for that. Mr. Schroeder, a question for you, and I'll take you to the paragraph just so we can put it up for a bit. So it's CVC.500.001.0006, and it's just that top dot point. And the reason I raised this is you mentioned that I think a third of the LGA state forest. I'm just wondering if, noting the conditions that were coming, how you factored this into your risk assessment and how what's raised here, and I'm happy for you to elaborate on this point as well, how this may have impacted your ability to implement the disaster plan and then actually go into the recovery, if you could, please.
Yeah, just clarifying, about a third of our area is national park and state forest.
Thank you.
So that's just clarifying. Obviously a big issue. We do have fires, regular fires in our state forests and national parks, in the upper catchments especially. There is probably every season there is some fires, but not fires like we had. And I think the comment there is, there's a lot of community anger about lack of hazard reduction being, but that was could have been a response also. We had an extreme drought. As I said, I haven't had a drought like this in the Clarence since the turn of the century probably. And so there's a lot of community, the community was venting saying there should have been more done in the national parks forestry system to stop these fires, which quite often came out of those areas, not all the time, didn't always come out of there, to do that. So I don't know whether we could have been more prepared, given that the drought's been going for quite a few years now. Hindsight maybe is a wonderful thing, but this drought started in 2014, 15 really, and the problem with the drought, of course, it actually limits what you can do for hazard reduction. And I guess maybe for the future, got to look at that more carefully. But the question is that the right way to go? I'm not sure. And what we're saying there's a big community debate on that. There's other authorities could probably comment on the appropriateness of hazard reduction burning. But what we did get though was I still think there's quite a bit of community angst and anger out there that there wasn't more done to control the fires and with hazard reduction. But I can't really answer obviously that issue. Generally, there's some people mentioning Indigenous burning, of course, as a possibility, but really that drought was a 5-year drought. We followed on with the bushfires.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you giving the elaboration and the context of the statement. Commissioner Bennett.
Yes.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just following on with a couple of those points, if I may. I'll continue with Mr. Schroeder because one of my questions was in the same area. I mean, following on from that community response to questions of hazard reduction, I think you also mentioned questions of water access to private landholders' water to fight fires in the national parks, and the difficulties that, not leaving enough, the concern about water for stock afterwards. Do you see a role for council to provide liaison between private landholders and national parks in connection with prescribed water and prescribed burning and water issues? I
don't think so. Council's budget's pretty strict anyway, but I think it's an issue. It is an issue. We don't really normally deal with we deal with the national park interface with our villages, for instance, right, which is our coastal villages mainly. We do a lot of work with national parks on, the APZs or the asset protection zones and that type of thing. But really, as far as dealing with the actual landholders, national park interface, I think that's something that needs to be addressed at a higher level than council. About how that's addressed, it's really out of our control. We haven't got enough legislative control in that area anyway. It's really more of a issue we've raised more for other agencies, I think, to look at, not necessarily council.
Thank you. And if I can continue with you, thank you very much. It's very helpful. And if I can continue in some partially the same vein, I won't bother calling it up because it's one sentence, but in your response, you said, in talking about hazard reduction and land planning usages, you said this leaves some major issues about whether location of some communities is appropriate and how we are going to conserve biodiversity. You said that on page 0002. Can you elaborate on that just a little bit with regard to your own experience in your area?
Yeah. What we've got, if you go into especially our upper catchments, we've got quite extensive small acreage, like I'm talking 10 hectare, acreages as the historical areas, maybe 40 hectare areas, but more the 10 hectares ones. And if you're going to protect, I'll take the village of Nimboida, if you're going to protect the village of Nimboida adequately, you've probably got to do quite extensive tree clearing around houses into the future, and we're still coming to terms with that. So cumulatively, if you just do one house, it's not much, but if you do 90 houses, we're talking out there, who all need quite extensive clearing around those 90 houses to meet contemporary fire standards. There's also a house design that goes with that. You are going to end up with a lot more clearing, and I think that's the interaction between biodiversity and fire control, and that is an issue we're going to have to come to terms with over the next. It's starting to happen now over the next few months.
Thank you. I've got two other short questions for you, and then I've got one for Mr. MacArthur. You did talk about the fact that a lot of the decisions about the firefighting were made by the RFS, and I think you said it was even possibly in Sydney. The question I have for you is, though, was there a lot of local knowledge inputted into those decisions?
Again, that's probably a question for RFS, but I was out on the fire fronts, through the fire fronts quite extensively, and I'll just give you my experience from that. Yeah, there's always some, you go out with the local fire captains, they're volunteer brigades, most of them out there. You do get a little bit of a level of frustration that they didn't get the decisions they wanted, but obviously it's in an environment which is changing all the time, and there was definitely a lot of control from the Sydney Centre for that, with the experts on that, I guess. But there is some frustration, I must say, from some of the local fire captains at times that they didn't get enough hearing, and that's all I can comment on. It's really a question for the Rural Fire Service itself, I think.
Thank you. And one last question for you. Mr. Tokley asked Mr. MacArthur about whether or not the plans in advance, included any reference to the ADF. And I was just wondering from the Clarence's perspective, A, did your plans have any inclusion of any role for the ADF in them? And B, did you in fact use the ADF in the Clarence?
Yeah. No, our plans didn't have any role for the ADF, and we do, in the context of the fires, the Clarence fires were pretty early. They went from September through to November. The ADF involvement from a federal government point of view, I think in January, was it?
Yes, it came later. That explains that, yeah.
Pretty late. So really, we did get asked right at the end of the fire season. They had a liaison officer up here, but at that stage the fires were essentially finished. So basically, I think there's a role for the future in these villages that get isolated. And what happened, we, with emergency services, had to try to go into those villages with food, water, all that type of thing. There could be a role for isolated communities, I think, given the RFS got some really good skills of bringing in emergency relief. And I think that could be a big role. I've earmarked that somewhere in our submission, by the way.
So do you, are you going to relook at the plans for the future and consider whether or not you will look to what the ADF could do in if you have another major disaster? I hope you don't, but if you do.
Yeah. I think what we've said in our report, that role needs to be clearly defined about what the ADF's role is. I don't think that, even though towards the end maybe that was getting there, obviously probably the Commission's going to look at that, but the issue of when they get involved, even if they get involved to come in to help with community clean-up, they weren't that equipped, what I'm hearing sometimes, with fencing materials or clean-up materials. They're not, they're a combat organisation, they're not a fire clean-up organisation, if you like. So basically, it needs to be clearly worked out, I think, beforehand what the role of the ADF is. And at the moment, I don't think any of us are clear enough to actually put those in our emergency management plans, knowing that the ADF is going to be available, if you like. They were definitely offered at the end of this season, but basically the question is, can you confidently put it into plans in the future? I think we need more guidance on that.
Thank you very much. And I have just one question for Mr MacArthur. Coming back to the roads issue, Mr MacArthur, and also picking up and adding to it, because the sentence in your report is that the council is not aware of any road access issues hindering evacuations during the 2019-20 bushfire season. And you also said, I think, after Mr Schroeder described some of the difficulties in isolation of some communities, that you weren't aware of any such issues in the Adelaide Hills. I don't know if you saw the evidence. I think the first witness in the commission was Mr Weiner from Lobertal, and I think his evidence was that there was an isolation there for over 2 weeks. I just wonder, whether you could actually explain then, what the situation was with again, I know you did a little bit in answer to the Chair's question, but exactly what issues there were with isolation or the inability to evacuate and road access in the Adelaide Hills during and immediately after the fires.
Well, thank you. Yes, during the fires themselves, the Cully Creek fire, I'm not aware of any evacuations that were called, and I guess that's how we responded to the submission in that context, that there was, at that time during the actual fire itself, council's not aware of any sort of evacuations happening, and therefore road access wasn't an issue at that time. Certainly after the fire had passed and we started going to the early recovery stage, with the amount of trees and vegetation impacting the road system, the roads were closed for a number of days. They all vary. I don't have the specifics and that sort of thing. In the case you quoted from Lobertal may well be right. But yeah, absolutely, roads were closed immediately after the main fire front had passed through, and those access issues could have been in place for 2 days or a couple of weeks. I just don't have those specifics at the moment.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you both for your help.
Thanks, Chair. Just a quick question to Mr Schroeder. Can I pull up CVC 500 001 0006? What is it? 1, 2, 3 down. So that's the sentence starting. There's a lot of farmer anger at state forests who at present at the time of writing are not contributing to boundary fence replacement. Mr Schroeder, do you know what the obligations are on state forests and I suppose also on national parks in relation to contributing to replacement of fences? That seems to suggest that state forest is not under an obligation. I just wondered whether you could add more colour and light as to what their obligations are. The good news since I wrote this is state forest. There's been a state government announcement. I think it's 250 million in that sort of vicinity to help farmers with fencing for state forests and national parks. National parks always provided under their policy, if you like, it's a policy, I guess. Basically, they would supply the replacement fencing. The farmer put the fencing back up. That policy's been there for ages. As far as I know at the moment, another question for RFS, but the state government now has announced that they will be doing a similar policy. They supply the fencing materials, and I think the farmer puts the fences back up. So that only came in maybe a couple of months ago. Right.
But when this was wrote, when we were writing these documents, basically that was still the case. But there has been a change. Hopefully that's for the future. I'm not sure. You'd have to ask the RFS.
Yep.
That question, is that going to be a future policy? I'm not sure.
Thanks very much, and thanks to you both for your evidence today. No more questions.
Thank you.
Okay. So, Mr MacArthur, Mr Schroeder, we appreciate you giving your evidence this morning. Again, it's provided us great insight for 2 different councils and 2 different contexts, and we appreciate that very much. Thank you. Mr Tokley.
Chair, that concludes this morning's panel. If we would like a morning tea break, perhaps for
We would.
a quarter of an hour. to adjourn to 11:35 this morning?
Can we excuse the witnesses?
Oh, yes, of course.
Okay.
Sorry, beg pardon.
Mr. MacArthur, Mr. Schroeder, you're excused. Thank you very much for taking the time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we will adjourn until 11:35.
All right.
You have been muted by the moderator.
The Royal Commission has adjourned until 11:35. The Royal Commission has now resumed. Please be seated.
Mr Tokley.
Chair,
So-
Commissioners, Ms Spears will take the next panel.
Ms Spears.
The next panel has two witnesses. Miss Kathy Buck, who is the Disaster Management Coordinator at the Sunshine Coast Council in Queensland, and Mr Heath Stenton, who is the Manager of Community Safety at the City of Swan in Western Australia. I call Miss Buck and Mr Stenton.
Ms Buck, Mr Stenton, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Miss Buck, will you take an oath or an affirmation?
An oath.
Miss Buck, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And Mr Stenton, will you take an oath or an affirmation?
Take an oath.
Mr. Stenton, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I'd like to start today with an introduction to yourself, your role, and the local government area. Ms Buck, could I ask you to briefly state your role at the council and how that role relates to natural disaster response?
Sure. So I'm the Coordinator of Disaster Management with Sunshine Coast Council. And basically I coordinate the full-time disaster management unit within the council and the activities within that. And also I coordinate the local disaster management group, their business, and also the activities and activations when required before, during and after the disasters in our region.
Thank you. And how many members are part of your disaster management team?
So our full-time members, there are three members in our team.
Thank you. And Mr Stenton, what is your role at the City of Swan?
So my role, I'm the Manager of Community Safety for the City of Swan. I've been in this role for nearly 10 years. My role is to look after a fire and emergency management team, which consists of four staff, and we also have 6 volunteer bushfire brigades, of which we have over 300 volunteers.
Thank you. And Mr Stenton, I'd like you to describe your local government area in general terms, and to do that I might just bring up a map. The document is RCN 900 016 0014. So Mr Stenton,
Yes.
could you just provide some basic information about the local government area, size, natural environment and population?
Yeah. So the City of Swan is around 1,043 square kilometres, so it's the largest local government within the Perth metropolitan area. It sits within the peri-urban fringe, which means obviously there's a mixture of urban and rural locations. We have around about 156,000 residents within the City of Swan, and we have, in terms of topography, there are some large local national parks, which consist of the Wollonga and Avon Valley National Parks. We also have the Swan Valley wine region within the city as well.
And Ms Buck, could I ask you to also describe your local government area? And the map operator is RCN 900 016 0014.
Sure.
Thank you, Ms Buck.
So the Sunshine Coast Council area is approximately 2,291 square kilometres. It consists of significant beaches and coastlines, waterways, national parks, state forests and bushland. We have a rapidly growing residential population, largely focused on a tourism event as well. We have dairy farming, cattle grazing and also crop growing within our area. And we have approximately just over 300,000 residents at this stage. As I said, it's rapidly growing, and we expect that to keep going over the next few years.
Thank you. Ms Buck, how was the Sunshine Coast Council area impacted by the 2019-2020 bushfires?
Sure. So we did get some significant bushfires. Majority of our bushfires are actually deliberately lit. However, we did get impacted, particularly from September through to around January. So we had a number of larger fires, the largest being in September, which lasted over about 3 days. The other fires that we had were basically put out within a number of hours.
Thank you. And did the bushfires cause damage to property or any parks in the area?
In our particular region, there was not a lot of significant damage. Most of it was actually bushland that it was damaged. But yeah, we received no actual property damage and no actual damage to council infrastructure. However, as I said, it's mainly just bushland. That was national parks reserves that in our particular region.
Thank you. Mr. Stenton, how was the City of Swan impacted by the 2019-2020 bushfires?
During 2019-2020, the City of Swan had fairly limited impacts. The fire season in the City of Swan was very different to other parts of Western Australia, and also in comparison to what occurred over on the East Coast. We did have a number of larger fires, however, they didn't have any significant impacts on infrastructure or other town sites. They were contained and managed within the bushland.
I'm now going to ask you each a few questions in relation to your local government area's responsibility in relation to disaster response. Ms. Buck, the Sunshine Coast Council, I understand, is responsible for the identification, development and management of the local disaster coordination centre.
Yes, that's correct.
And during a natural disaster, what is the role of council?
So basically the role of council in natural disaster is to coordinate the local disaster management group through the activation. Should that mean that we need to activate our local disaster coordination centre, that is our role. We coordinate that at our council facility, and we have a number of liaison officers from our management group. So that's from our emergency agencies that come into our coordination centre, and we basically effectively have them in our coordination centre to get information and a situation report from the ground. From that, basically what we need to do is inform our community and make sure they're up to date with what's going on, particularly with warnings and advice, and what they need to do, be prepared, and to B, activate their plans to make sure there's safety as well.
Does the council have a role in relation to the activation and management of evacuation centres?
It does. So if there is evacuation is required, that is actually done by the Queensland Police and Queensland Fire. However, the council responsibility is to actually identify and open and manage the evacuation centres when they're required.
Thank you. Operator, could you please bring up document CIS 500 001 0259 at page 0264? And the 4 bullet points at the bottom of that page. Mr. Stenton, this is some of the information that the City has provided to the Commission, and it relates to the arrangements in Western Australia for disaster response and the agencies that are responsible at different levels. Could you please describe for the Commissioners the 3 authorities that are prescribed to respond to fires, and in what circumstances?
Yep, so within Western Australia, like you can see there's 3 different combat agencies who are responsible in terms of response to fire. So DFES, which is a state government authority and really is primarily the key fire agency within an emergency management within Western Australia. There's the Department of Biodiversity, Conservation and Attractions, part of which is the Parks and Wildlife area. So they are responsible to combat fires on their tenure. And then there is local government who is responsible to combat fire within their tenure. So there's basically three authorities who are required to have a response capability within Western Australia.
And in relation to the local government's responsibility for fighting fires, in what circumstances does the local government have responsibility, and what are the trigger points for passing that responsibility to DFES?
So it's largely an escalation process. So dependent on the size and type of the fire will depend on whether that is handed over from a local government to DFES. The city has a role which is called the Community Emergency Services Manager, or DESM, which is it's a co-funded position, 50% local government and 50% with DFES. And in the city of Swan, that person is actually employed by DFES. So often they are the conduit, and often they are the initial incident controller, and they will make a determination in terms of handing that fire over if it has escalated. So essentially local governments generally in the city of Swan anyway are certainly responsible for the fire during commencement. However, if an emergency is escalating or getting larger, that will be then referred to DFES.
And in relation to other natural disasters such as floods, where is the responsibility for response?
So that sits with DFES. So the local government doesn't have an identified role in terms of the response to flood. We do provide a support to that. However, we're not designated as the Hazard Management Authority.
And you mentioned before that the city has a number of firefighting brigades that are volunteer brigades. What coordination is there between those brigades and the DFES brigades?
So within Western Australia, there's a couple of different types of volunteer bushfire brigade. There's a volunteer fire and emergency services brigade, which is managed by DFES, and in the city of Swan we have one of those. And then within the city of Swan we have 5 what are called, well, there's 4, but then there's also a support brigade, which are called volunteer bushfire brigades. So within the city, even though we have 2 different structures in terms of operations and command during incidents, they all fall under the same structure. So they also all sit in the city's bushfire advisory committee and also within our operational command group. So at a local level, all of those brigades, regardless of I guess who owns the brigade as such, whether it be DFES or the City of Swan, work closely together.
And do the different types of brigades have access to the same information and the same technology?
Generally, yes, that's my understanding.
And have there been any difficulties with resource sharing between those different types of brigades?
No, not at a local level. However, there's certainly been some debate and discussion at the state level between resourcing between different bushfire brigades and also different resourcing between volunteer fire and emergency services and bushfire brigades. So there doesn't always seem to be a clear way of how a brigade receives or doesn't receive funding, and that's determined essentially by DFES in terms of which brigades receive what funding and resources.
If I could ask the document CIS 500-001-0259 to be brought up at page 0265 and the second bullet point. Mr. Stenton, in the information that the city provided to the Commission, there was a reference to the limitations on the information that local government and volunteer brigades have access to. I wonder if you could just expand on that point, please.
So I guess I guess this sort of works both ways as well. So depending on who turns out to an incident will depend on what information they have available and whether they know where to get that information from. So sometimes that's based on local knowledge, sometimes that's based on access to different systems. So whether that be access to a DFES system or a City of Swan system. So I guess really the point of that is that if there's consistency around the availability of technology and knowledge across all agencies, that would make it easier for first responders if they knew where to easily get that information.
Mr. Speaker, I'll just jump in. I was going to hold off on the question, but as soon as we got to this, I thought it's appropriate to ask it now. Mr. Sent, this one did confuse me last night when I was prepping for this. I did a quick look at the volunteer forces and the DFES paid forces, and my confusion, you can help me get over this, is the DFES paid forces are about 1,200 people. The volunteer force is about 20,000 people. And so if I put that ratio down into the city of Swan, that would mean that 95% of the responders have no access to the information or the technology. And is that what this paragraph means, or can you elaborate on that, please?
Thank you, Commissioner. So it's not that they don't have access to it across the board. Generally, our operations command and our senior staff, or our senior volunteers, so our deputy chief bushfire control officers and other people within that volunteer structure would know where to get some of this information, and they would have some access to it. However, not all volunteers would know that. So depending on who actually turns out to a specific fire, they may struggle to get access to some of that information.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, please continue.
In the city's response, it also refers to a current model where incident managers are imported from out of the area to assist local governments. Would you mind just explaining that arrangement for the commissioners?
DFES, I guess, as an agency, and if they are managing the fire, or if it's after hours or on a weekend, they may bring somebody who's part of their incident management team across into the city, and that's valuable in the sense that you have someone who has done a fair amount of training and has got a fair level of expertise in terms of managing bushfire. However, they may not always have an understanding of the local area, and they might not be able to get quick access necessarily to the information that they might require, depending on the relationships that are there. So generally, the city is involved in response and can generally try and support that incident manager. However, it's the use of local knowledge at critical points in fire, which sometimes can be quite challenging for people.
And in your response, you referred to, you recommend that local governments be represented in the incident management teams. Is that to address the problem that you were just referring to?
Yes, that's correct. And just to add, if I can, at a local level, generally, over the last few years, we've certainly had a lot more involvement in the incident management teams, and we've had that support. However, it has been historically been an issue, and the second part of that is just it being more formalised. So it still does rely on relationships, and the city also pushing to be involved in those incident management teams.
Just turning back for one moment to the information available to the different brigades. The city's response states that the management team needs to retrieve and manage information such as mapping behaviour predictions and aerial imaging public information. Is that the sort of information that you were referring to that maybe not, that all volunteers might not have access to, or is it other types of information that you're referring to?
But certainly not all volunteers would have access to that information or understand that, which is part of the reason that you need to have that professional input, or people from who are career firefighters coming into some of those roles. But certainly that access and clarity on how to get access to those things would certainly be helpful for both people in the incident management team and probably volunteers more generally as well.
And your response also refers to access to pre-prepared plans.
Yeah. So within the City of Swan, there's probably, I guess, 3 points around pre-prepared plans. So there is one part of the area that the City of Swan are responsible for. So the City of Swan's sort of divided into two areas, which we refer to as an ESL1 area and an ESL3 area. So the ESL1 area is primarily, the response in that area is primarily sits with DFES, and they are responsible for the response in that area. And then the ESL3 area is the area that the City of Swan are responsible for response in. And ESL stands for the Emergency Services Levy. So what that means as well is that the people who are in an ESL1 area pay a higher rate of the Emergency Services Levy so that they get an increased amount of service from career fire and rescue services, whereas in the Emergency Services Levy 3 area, there is, I guess, they pay less in terms of that levy. So in terms of the response plans, within the ESL1 area, DFES, my understanding is they have what are referred to as urban bushland response plans, where they have identified various pockets of bushland in the urban areas and have a response plan to that. And then within the ESL3 area, the city with DFES and a number of other local governments have what's referred to as the Avon Valley Response Plan, and that's primarily focused on the Avon Valley Rail Corridor because it's a key part of infrastructure, and over many years there's been a lot of fires through that area. That rail corridor also goes through a national park and is essentially surrounded by bushland and property as well. So there is a response plan for that area. The other element that we've introduced it's been in place probably for at least the last 5 years within the city, is having enhanced mobilisation and a plan around how we respond during high threat periods. So what that means is we adjust our response based on the known threats. So based on being in the prohibited season or based on the FDI as well, that the city and DFES as well also respond far more rapidly to that. So from the DFES side, that's meant they've provided additional aerial support from an early stage of a fire being reported. And for the city as well, it means turning out more appliances for those jobs during an enhanced mobilisation period. And that's been quite effective.
Thank you, Mr. Stenton. Ms. Buck, you referred earlier to the role of liaison officers. Could you please explain to the Commission how information is shared between QFES and the Coordination Centre?
Sure. So the liaison officers are one person from each emergency organisation that is placed into our local disaster management group into our coordination centre. So they obviously get information from their own incident control centre, and they relay that information into our coordination centre in hopefully real time. Sometimes it may be a little bit delayed depending on their communication, but certainly they bring that information in. That is then compiled into situational awareness, and we're able to keep task on to what's actually happening on the ground from that point. And that is exactly the same with every other agency we have on our coordination group. And so basically we have a two-way. So we send information to QFES and they can also send information back as well. We do have a council representative, generally one of our council environmental operations and fire people that sit in the incident control centre with QFES, and they are also able to keep up that communication level as well.
In the information that the council's provided to the Commission, there was reference to some difficulties in relation to delays and conflicting information. Are you able to expand on that, please?
Sure. So in the particular fires that we had in Perugian, was a very fast-moving fire. So gaining information on the ground for QFES was very difficult at the time. It was started in late afternoon, and so obviously going into the night, it was difficult for them again to substantiate what was actually going on the ground and to substantiate situational awareness at that time. However, they did have one of our liaisons was a emergency coordination officer, and he was fantastic in giving information to us from the incident control centre. But due to the fact it was night, QFES weren't able to get any aircraft in the air to gain any mapping or any understanding of the extent of the fire or particular direction it was going in. All we had was the weather maps. So information was going from the control centre in Caloundra in Sunshine Coast and also to their state coordination centre in Brisbane, and obviously information was coming back. So information that was being gathered in the state coordination centre was misaligned with what it was actually on the ground. So firefighters on the ground were giving information, however, some of that may have been delayed, and then it was taken to the state coordination centre, and they were acting on what they believed the information on acting forecasting and sending the information back down to Caloundra, and then we were getting that later on. Unfortunately, that was, I guess, once that was put into a mapping system, that was quite late in the evening. So we didn't receive that information through till about 11 o'clock that night. And so obviously planning moving forward was delayed and was difficult for council in regards to making plans for moving forward the next day. But look, essentially the information that came through was good. It was just delayed in that respect because it was just very difficult to get the situational awareness on the ground, and then because it was being done a predictive modelling in the state centre, it just wasn't matching up properly.
I understand that the Sunshine Coast Council is at the early stages of a program using drone technology.
Sure.
Could you explain what that drone technology will be used for?
So we do have drones in council. It is currently being used, but that's in general day-to-day activities by our environmental operations team. They generally use that for doing surveys of our coastal areas and also our creek and river systems and our ecological studies. Outside of that, we are developing a program where we can use it in disaster management, and that will be used solely when we do the reconnaissance after the event. So once the fire, cyclone, whatever event is affecting our region has passed, the threat has moved, we'll be able to put those drones up and actually get a good understanding and aerial view of the affected area and what resources we need to put in what situation to know where we can help our community.
Is there any consideration of using the drones before a fire, such as to look at fuel loads, or during a fire to assist with situational awareness?
Also before, yes, we can certainly, and we will be using it as moving forward as part of our planning and being able to do the mitigation activities. So we can start looking at where the fire hazard could be, the fuel loading, as you said, and start making aerial photography for that and putting that into our mapping systems. We are currently working with the University of Sunshine Coast to put together a system which will look at use and incorporate that. During the event, most likely not, particularly if it's a fire. Fire will have aircraft in the air. So it's obviously airspace restrictions. We will not be able to fly drones whilst they have their aircraft in the air as well. So during events, also if it's a high wind, there's obviously wind categories and rainfall that will affect those drones being able to fly and getting any kind of information back to us. So during the event is most unlikely. However, post the event, we can use them, and pre-event we can certainly use them.
Thank you. You mentioned that the Sunshine Coast Council has a role in providing information to the community during a disaster. Was the council aware of any feedback from the community as to the effectiveness of warning messaging? So usually we do get a lot of feedback from the community, which is great. We always take that on board. We like to improve our processes as well. Particularly the fire events that we had in Peregian in September, council was not the lead agent, that was QFES, and we take our guide from them. So the messaging we were sending out, an exact copy of what QFES was sending out to the public, and we were just retweeting, reposting and making sure that information was correct at the time and sending that to community.
The reason we do that, we don't change the information so there's no confusion within the community. And majority of feedback was very positive in regards to how people got their information. And we also provide links into the QFES website so they can go directly to that and receive the most up-to-date information rather than us putting on our website and it being delayed for the community as well.
Are you aware of there being any community confusion in relation to the warnings in your information to the Commission? I think you referred to an example in relation to the Watch and Act and Leave Now notifications.
Sure. So it was noted specifically in our debrief process that there was confusion around those particular warning levels, and QFES had definitely taken that on board. It was basically it's not a consistent across the different boundaries and obviously different states. So when there was messaging coming out, it was like a warning system saying 1 minute it was leave now, another one was prepare to leave. And basically it just wasn't corresponding with what's actually going on the ground. And we were giving messaging to people at certain times, but we weren't. It was coming out through QFES, and it was basically when people were allowed to go home in certain areas because that was deemed safe. The message was, yes, you can return home. However, at the same time, they were posting messages which were delayed saying warning to prepare to leave or leave now when people were actually saying they can go back home. So it was quite confusing in that respect. And so basically that was what we were concerned about at the time. And we, in our coordination centre, it was quite difficult for us to keep tabs on what was going on.
Thank you. And I understand that the council has something that's called a disaster hub. What is that?
That's correct. So that's a digital platform on our website. So basically, Disaster Hub is a sort of one-stop shop for all our disaster activities. So it's used before, during, and after disasters to make sure people have understanding of how they can prepare, how they can activate their own plans at home, what they need to have in place, and also it provides an up-to-date mapping service and also weather predictions, any warnings and advice. And it's a direct link into those particular agencies and the BOM website so people can actually get those warnings and the information in real time.
Thank you. I understand that the Sunshine Coast Council also has a program called Get Ready Schools that recently won a national award. What is that program?
That's correct. So that is a program that targets aligns with the national school curriculum. And basically what that does is we go into our schools and it's focused on a grade 5 and grade 6 level. So we go into schools and it's an hour-long session. We work with the students to basically make them aware and assist them in learning about what hazards are in their particular area, what they need to be aware of, and also how they can plan and what they can do as a young person, what their role could be during, before and during a disaster to make sure they're safe and also their family as well. So it takes home the messaging of be prepared, what's your what-if plan, and then obviously if you need to evacuate, what do you take with you, what do you have planned that you can just pick up and take with you as well, and what things you need to understand if you are asked to leave home that you can take with you and be prepared.
Thank you. I'd like to turn now to evacuations. During the 2019-2020 bushfires, I understand that Sunshine Coast Council activated 2 evacuation centres and a place of refuge, and that there was a debrief held afterwards. What were some of the key lessons learnt from that debrief?
Sure. So after all our events, we always do a debrief with our local disaster management group and also our district area as well. And so basically after that, most of the key messaging was that the evacuation centres actually did work quite well. And so basically what we needed to do was, particularly around the management, it was around having plans in place to make sure people can be registered as they first come in. Our evacuations were very rushed and hurried because of the situation, so we didn't have a long time to actually plan and set up those evacuation centres. So making sure that people are registered as they walk in the door is very important. That was a process that worked, but could definitely be improved for us. And also we did learn that having a place of refuge prior to evacuation centres being opened was very effective as well. So at that time, we had the Cooling Surf Club that opened its doors, and we were able to get people to that location where they could be provided with a safe shelter, food, water, those amenities, before we actually were able to open an evacuation centre in those two locations. And so it was just good to be able to get a situational awareness. A lot of our events we have on the Sunshine Coast can be quite fast moving, and in particular fires, as I said, generally they don't go for a long time. They are a number of hours. If people are evacuated, they are displaced for a number of hours, and so places of refuge are more often used than what full evacuation centres are for us on the Sunshine Coast. So basically what we have learned is having those that connection with those places of refuge is very important for us, and we are starting to develop MOUs in regards to being able to have those through the Surf Club network on the Sunshine Coast and also other areas as well. When we're actually activating our evacuation centres, we are obviously making sure that we do have staff in the right place and making sure that we are aware of numbers coming into our centres and making sure that we do have the right equipment necessary for that as well. And obviously, as we started using those centres, we found improvements that can be made, whether that be, just resources within the centre. And so part of our funding from the federal government from the bushfires will actually be used to improve those centres, things like digital technology and things like that to keep people up to date whilst they're in the centre.
Ms Buck, the information that the council has provided raises a concern in relation to evacuation plans in aged care facilities. What was the experience of the council during the most recent bushfires in relation to that issue?
Sure. So it's a huge issue, to be quite honest, and I know it's not just our council area. It is obviously Queensland wide. I don't know about other states, but certainly within Queensland, it's a known issue. The issue that we face is that aged care facilities they're federally legislated, and legislation states they must have evacuation plans, which they do. But the evacuation plan, in majority of cases, ends when they actually exit the building. So at that point, their plans are basically that they just hand their residents over to emergency services. They assume that there's going to be a lot of ambulance that'll come past and pick up their resident and take them to hospitals, basically. That is completely not the case. We do not have the resources for that. And so the experience we had was that when we started, would likely have to evacuate our aged care facilities. It was going to be overwhelming to try and get transport, a place for these people to go to that caters for what they need. So it's very difficult for us to be able to manage that, and to be able to get continuity of care for these patients is almost impossible at an evacuation. So we've done a substantial amount of work with our aged care facilities. Some have come on board and they're doing it very well. Others still aren't taking the message on board. So basically what we are looking at is the plans need to incorporate the continuity of care of their residents post leaving the actual facility they reside in. So whether that be a sister network where they can actually say, okay, we can have beds in this location and have an understanding they can take their patients there in accordance to their needs, particularly if they are high care patients, and then basically stay there until they are able to return back to their own facility. The other issue we have is the assumption that all these elderly people will be taken to a hospital. We just don't have the beds for that, as I'm sure you can understand. And so a hospital is not a place for elderly people, it's a place for sick people. So some people can go to the hospital if they are sick, but just particularly with those high care patients, we do need a proper facility for them to go to receive that continuity of care.
Thank you, Ms Buck. Mr Stenton, I understand from what you said earlier that there were no significant evacuations in the city of Swan. The department, and that the Department of Communities is responsible for evacuation centres in Western Australia. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. So during this fire season, we didn't have any significant evacuations. However, we did open an evacuation centre just as a precautionary measure for several incidents. And yes, it is different to some other states where the local government is responsible for that role. It is the Department of Communities that is the key agency for establishing those. However, local government also do assist with that still.
I understand that the City of Swan has evacuation centre kits. What are those and what purpose do they serve?
So the City of Swan has those because sometimes there's a lag between a request to open an evacuation centre and people from the Department of Communities being able to attend. That may only be an hour or two, but obviously if there's people in the local area, they are able to help establish an evacuation centre until the Department of Communities arrives at that location. We have had instances in the past as well where staff from the Department of Communities haven't been able to actually get to an identified evacuation centre due to road closures. So the city has got that protocol in place really to be a stopgap and to assist in establishing an evacuation centre in the early stages.
Thank you. I'd like to now ask about the implementation and review of disaster plans. Mr. Stenton, and for both of you, I understand that the damage caused by the recent bushfires is not as significant as perhaps in other areas. But has there still been a review of the disaster management plans that are in place following those bushfires? Mr. Stenton, if I could start with you.
Yeah, so for the City of Swan, we've certainly been reviewing our local emergency management arrangements, and we had commenced that last year, and we appreciate the opportunity to speak and be involved in the Commission today as well. And obviously we're listening to all of the learnings from other areas and trying to continually improve what we do. Certainly the city has taken a number of measures over a long period of time now to continually try and improve our response to bushfire, and certainly from our perspective as well, it's really about the prevention and preparedness that are key, and something that as a local government we're very focused on. So a lot of our energy over the last few years has gone into our bushfire risk management plan and looking at the bushfire risk management system to try and improve our approach to mitigation. However, certainly response plans are also always reviewed and considered.
Mr. Stenton, you mentioned that you're listening to the learnings from other areas. Are you referring there to areas within Western Australia or more broadly across Australia?
More broadly across Australia. So certainly, we're in a privileged position in Swan currently, in the sense that we can observe what has happened over, in particular on the East Coast over the fire season, and really learn from those unfortunate experiences and to try and improve our own practices and what we do.
And how do you obtain information as to what those experiences in other jurisdictions are?
So I guess through both formal and informal networks. So we are a part of a number of emergency management groups where we get information. We also connect to other local governments who are on the East Coast and speak with them, and also just through the media as well, because there's obviously been a significant amount of coverage in terms of some of the learnings and information from the recent fire season.
And in terms of the emergency management groups that you're part of, if you wouldn't mind just identifying what those groups are from which you obtain information.
Yeah, so the city has a number of different avenues. So at a local level, we have our local emergency management committee, which has a cross-section of different state government departments, and in Swan that also includes defence, because we have RAF-based peers within the City of Swan. We also sit on the District Emergency Management Committee, and within that's run at the state level by DFES through their state emergency management area. So that's another network where there is a good amount of information and a good amount of knowledge that is provided to the city. The city also works, I guess, with a number of other local governments, and we have an MOU with 8 surrounding local governments. So we network quite closely and share information with those other local governments.
And in relation to information from interstate emergency management services or departments, do you know how does that information come directly to you, or does it come to the committees which you're a part of?
Well, for me, it's both. I actually worked in Victoria for about 4 years, so I've got contacts within local government over there, so I get information directly from people who I've worked with over there. But also we get it through the more formal networks as well. So through those committees, and also through, it's called WALGA, which is the WA Local Government Association. They have an emergency management area, and they tend to be the conduit of some of that information as well.
Thank you. Ms Buck, I understand that before the most recent bushfire season, Sunshine Coast carried out a review of the disaster management plan. Did that review of the plan address some of the issues or some of the difficulties that were raised in the 2019-2020 bushfire season? And is there going to be another review of the plan?
So you just cut out a little bit through that. Could I get the question again?
Of course. I understand that there was a review of the disaster management plan in the lead up to the 2009-2020 bushfire season. Did that review contemplate or address some of the issues that were raised in the recent bushfire season? And will there be another review of the plan?
So we do review our plan annually. Generally, our plan will last for 4 years. However, that's a major review. Each year we do a review of the plan, though, to make sure any minor changes need to be rectified. We do that. And as you said, we do a debrief after all of our events, and there's always something you can learn on all those events. We always go through what worked well, what didn't work so well, what do we keep in our normal processes, and what can we change to make sure we can do things better next time. So that plan, the information that we got out of those debriefs has definitely changed some of our planning, which is great. But some things we found work very well, so we have kept those the same. After each of these plans have been changed, we like to exercise those changes. So each year we do an annual exercise, which is a fully functional exercise. We set up our coordination centre, produce a scenario, and then have our working groups come in and activate our centre as if it were in a real live environment. Those changes are always practiced before we start getting into the real life situation. That, you're right, that did occur before the bushfires in September, and we're actually able to implement some of those changes to the better of our from our plan after those reviews from that year, and also the exercise that we did. Again, after the major fires we had this year, we have done some more reviewing, and obviously the biggest issue we found was, I guess, interagency, was that communication side of things in the morning. So that again is starting to be reviewed. The plan will again be reviewed this year with focus in looking into doing another exercise, particularly focusing around that communication level.
Thank you. Mr Stenton, does the City of Swan do any exercises of plans?
We generally work with other agencies and in terms of exercising those plans. So what we have done the last few years is had we've called it a rural-urban interface exercise, where we've practiced on specific parts of the city to make sure the volunteers and career staff are across what potentially could happen in a specific location.
Thank you. Chair, Commissioners, I don't have any further questions.
Thanks, Ms Speece. We've obviously got a few questions just to try and clarify a couple of issues that are on what's been said and also in the submissions. Can I call up for Mr Stenton, City of Swan, so CIS.500.001.0263. This is question 4, but I just need that third dot point down there. And so the question is, describe areas where the council has responsibility and accountability to act preparing for bushfire, but is unable to do so because another agency holds the authority. So, Mr Stenton, can you read that?
Yes, I can.
Yeah. So it starts with the City of Swan local planning scheme requires development applications in areas designated as bushfire prone to be assessed against state planning policy. and then goes on to elaborate what might happen with that. And it's up on the screen so everyone watching can see it. Can you elaborate on that for us, please? The way the Commission reads that is City of Swan provides all its advice, does all its assessment, but that can be ignored and developments can go on regardless of the bushfire risk that might be there.
So I guess even within the City of Swan, there's different levels. I guess different people have input into the planning process, and so essentially what that point is saying is that the fire and emergency management team generally do have input into key planning decisions within the city and do provide feedback. However, their feedback in terms of bushfire management may go above and beyond what's required within the planning scheme. So the approval or dismissal of a planning application can only really be based on what's within planning policy. However, often there's other things or other concerns that are identified by one part of the city in terms of fire management, but unless they fit within that planning framework, then it's really the choice of the Planning Commission or locally the statutory planning to either accept or disregard that in terms of that assessment.
Okay, thank you for that. Do you have any examples in recent bushfires where that advice may have been seen to be inappropriate or ignored, where it actually has impacted the ability to implement any bushfire plan or disaster plan?
I don't have any recent examples of that. However, just to add that the planning process and the follow-up from that has improved over time, and even though there are still challenges with that, some of the bigger issues that we have are actually historical developments where plans were approved 20, 30 years ago, and that's where our focus has been also over the last few years is engaging in those areas and speaking with residents, and because the challenge from a planning point of view is that a lot of these conditions are written on the title of someone's property, which makes it very difficult to then change the requirements. So we've gotten around that by applying only our fire break notice or our fire hazard reduction notice, and we've been using that as a tool to improve certain parts of the city which from a planning perspective just have not been designed, or the fire management isn't up to a current standard. So less issues in the more recent past. However, certainly there's pockets of the city that historically, the fire management in those areas and from a planning perspective hasn't been great.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner McIntosh, do you have any questions?
Yes. Hello both. Thanks for joining us. I just want to ask a question to Ms. Buck, if I could. Can I bring up SCC 500-001-0012? This is about hazard mapping. You raised the issue in the submission, or the council has, about the fact that the council is responsible for undertaking the hazard mapping. And I just wondered whether you think there can be efficiencies gained by that being done at a state level or potentially a federal level, particularly in light of the comments that you make here about the fact that there seems to be an incentive for local councils to hold back on undertaking hazard mapping.
Sure, thanks, Commissioner. I definitely think at a state level that would be fantastic. It basically will allow us to, I guess, update those areas more than every 8 to 10 years. So as we move forward, technology is becoming better. But yeah, basically, I think at a state level, it'll be conducive to a statewide understanding of where those hazards lie, rather than just a local level. So we generally get information in regards to council land, but we don't necessarily have all the information in regards to all of the actual owned land. So you've got the Queensland Parks and Wildlife, and also the forest areas as well, which aren't council owned. So basically putting together that sort of mapping is quite difficult and piecing those things together. So as a state body, if we could get that establishment, that would be fantastic, because then it's basically across the board and everyone gets consistent information.
So just from what you said there, does that mean that there's not only potentially inconsistencies between local government areas, but also inconsistencies in how things are mapped within local government areas because of those difficulty of weaving in the information from different sources?
So that can be an issue. And so basically when different areas produce their mapping, you may get an inconsistency. Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Nothing more from me, Chair.
Thank you very much. I've just got a couple of quick questions. And it goes around really the planning and communication issues. Ms Buck, you've already identified, and both here in the evidence but also in your response, some particular areas where there have been communication difficulties, if I can call it that, or areas where you've noted the communication of various sorts has been less than perfect, looking back on it now, from ambiguities to the ability to get information out. And Mr Stanton, you've been already taken to one example that you referred to in your submission, and you also referred to the challenge for responders not being necessarily familiar with how to access the documents for a local area. And I think you've referred to that, and you say there, which in turn means key information identified in existing plans is not always accessed in a timely manner. So looking now, I mean, it's very helpful to have you identify these issues, and it's exactly what is good for us to know. But in terms of now reviewing your existing plans and applying lessons that have been learned from the recent events, could you, I'm going to ask each of you just to give me, from your own perspective, what, let's say, 3 key communication changes you would put into, if you were, if you had your druthers, if I can put it that way, if it was absolutely your choice, into the hazard plans for the future. Mr Stanton, can I start with you, please?
Thank you, Commissioner. So in terms of communication during events, I think probably the key things for me would really be about moving from personal relationships to process. There seems to be quite a big reliance generally within the emergency management industry on relationship rather than process sometimes. And I think anything that can change that culture to be about access to information through process rather than access to information through relationship, I think would be valuable. The second thing I would change is actually utilising the technology already available. And like we're doing today, I guess video conferencing, miraculously, that's a thing that is occurring everywhere now. And similarly, there isn't really a reason that you can't have a cloud-based approach where people can log in and get that information quite rapidly. And so regardless of who you know in an area, you can get access easily to the information that you might need in a quick time. And then I guess the other element to that as well is about how once you've got that information, how that then is continually communicated, and how that information then is spread to the community and to other people, and really it's about giving everyone the best chance of success within an emergency situation. So I would make sure that communication can be dispersed as quickly as possible, because everybody wants to give out the right information. I understand the importance of giving out the right information. However, that obviously then can lead to a time delay, which can then also lead to credibility issues. So anything that can increase the timeliness of information to a broader audience can reduce the amount of stress for people, but also increase the credibility of the emergency services agencies.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that. Ms Buck, do you have your wish list?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Mine's long, but that's okay. we certainly found that the liaison officers in each centre was very, very productive. Just relying on information just coming one way just doesn't work. So basically having a council person in the incident control centre and vice versa with us, it just allows them to make sure the information coming across is true and accurate rather than coming from one way and getting it from multiple different sources, which we then have to verify moving forward. The other one is I totally agree with Mr. Stent in regards to IT. We are moving forward and certainly we've certainly used a lot more IT through the COVID process actually, and we've been enlightened as to how we can actually use that within our organisation as well as external to us as well. So definitely moving forward with that. Video conferencing is a great way to do it. I know that QFES do have that ability within their own organisation, so for us to tap into that would be a great help for us as well. And the third one from me particularly is in regards to the media. It's a constant issue for us, and I know across the nation, in regards to media, us giving media information and them not reporting the actual correct information or not correcting the information they have put out that we asked them to do so. So we had a number of issues through particularly our fire events where we gave information and where the media put it out late or changed it or basically made it more juicy for the public. That was a huge issue for us. So we had people being very confused because media weren't basically providing the correct information at certain times. So that even if we're going to be looking at a 24-hour rolling coverage, some of our media agencies actually shut down around 10 o'clock at night and weren't able to start again until 6 o'clock that morning. So the events that happened between then, between 10 o'clock and 6 a.m., that wasn't being reported until the next morning. So basically people were at a loss to get information, particularly those ones in the evacuation centres. So they will be getting fed information from people that were on the ground, information coming through a live streaming process, information coming through radio, and it was all conflicting at that time. So I guess being able to have even just one designated media body that we can say this is our go-to and for them to be on the ball 24/7 if we have an event is very, very beneficial for us. And just making sure that they really, really understand this is not about trying to jazz it up and trying to make news. It's about giving our public and community the correct information and the correct directive as to where they go, what they need to do and what they need to do to enact their plans and keep safe.
Thank you both very much indeed. I only have one other quick question because I would like to finish on that because that was very helpful, but I do have one other question. Both of you have talked about the various agencies that you've dealt with, and Mr. Stent in particular, the number of agencies that come into the local area to facilitate the various stages of response and recovery. Does the council, who coordinates that is my question. Does the council help do the coordination of that at the local level? Or another body?
It really depends on the incident and the fire. So whoever is the incident controller, whichever agency they're from at the commencement, will take the lead. So, I see. And that's largely determined by tenure. So it is actually clear at a local level which agency is responsible, and it's largely based on tenure.
I see. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's very, very helpful.
Ms. Buck, Mr. Stent, thank you for joining us this morning and this afternoon. I guess it's still morning for Mr. Stent, but thank you for your evidence. We appreciate your candour. Ms. Spees?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Buck and Mr. Stenton might be excused.
Ms. Buck, Mr. Stenton, you are excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Tokley.
Chair, that concludes this morning's session. If we could adjourn now for lunch until 2:15, when the next panel is expecting us.
We'll adjourn to 14:15 Canberra time. Thank you.
All rise. The Royal Commission has adjourned until 2:15 p.m. Royal Commission has now resumed. Please be seated.
Good afternoon, Ms Hogan-Doran.
Chair, Commissioners, if it's convenient, tomorrow we have something like 14 witnesses, and it would be helpful if we could tender the material for tomorrow now, and also then it will be made available to parties through the Commission's website, to other parties and witnesses through the Commission's website overnight. From the amended tender list, I am tendering Wallandilly Shire Council documents 10.25.1 and 10.26.1. Indigo Shire Council documents 10.27.1 and 10.28.1. Southern Downs Regional Council 10.29.1 and 10.30.1. Shoalhaven City Council documents 10.31.1 through to 10.31.3, and also 10.31.5 and 10.32.1. Shire of Dundas documents at 10.33.1 and 10.33.3 and 10.34.1. Bega Valley Shire Council 10.35.1 and 10.36.1. In the afternoon, Commissioners, I foreshadowed we would be hearing from local government associations. The material behind 10.3.7 is the Australian Local Government Association. Behind 10.38 is the Local Government New South Wales. Commissioners, you already have the material from the Local Government Association of Queensland. Material from Local Government Association of South Australia, that's 10.40. And the Municipal Association of Victoria, that's 10.41. We have also, Commissioners, received a response to the issues paper published by the Royal Commission on the 5th of June, a response from the Local Government Association of Tasmania, and that is included in the tender at 10.41 A.1. Commissioners, in my opening, I referred to a number of other councils that had provided material to the Commission, either in response to notices or by way of submissions. If I might just also tender them so that they can be made available to all.
Okay.
That is Alpine Shire Council 10.42.1. Blue Mountain City Council, that's 10.43.1 and 10.43.2. Eurobodalla Shire Council Youth Services Response, which is 10.44.1 and 10.44.2. Lithgow City Council 10.45.1 and 10.45.2. Noosa Shire Council 10.46.1 through to 10.46.3. And finally, Yarra Ranges Council 10.47.1. There's some additional government materials that we would like to tender from the Victoria Department of Environment, Land, Water and Planning. This is the 10.48.1 is the Council's Emergency Capability and Capacity Evaluation Report, and 10.48.2 the Council's Emergencies Position Paper. I think there's been some mention of that already, and there'll be more tomorrow. And then in relation to the final panel tomorrow afternoon, the Australia-New Zealand Emergency Management Committee communique from its meeting of 27 August 2019, that's proposed exhibit 10.49.1, and the communique from the Ministerial Council for Police and Emergency Management of 20 November 2019, which is item 10.50.1. And the last matters that if it is convenient to your Commissioners, I would tender is the State of Victoria's response to the issues paper on local governments and natural disasters as 10.53.1, and the Commonwealth Government's response to the issues paper plus annexures. These are both in the amended supplementary tender list circulated to parties today, I think, which is 10.54.1 is the response. 10.54.2 is the annexure concerning flood data service, and 10.54.3 is annexure 2, is the national framework for flood warning infrastructure.
So all those documents will be marked as exhibits as marked on there. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. That's all from me.
Thank you. Mr. Tokley.
Chair, Commissioners, this afternoon we continue with another of our panels, and this afternoon specifically addresses what are called cross-border issues. And we have 3 panellists, and I call Mr. Matthew Hyde, who's the Chief Executive Officer of the Snowy Valley Council, Ms. Juliana Phelps, who's the Chief Executive Officer of the Taywong Shire Council in Victoria, and Mr. Peter Bascom, who's the Chief Executive Officer of the Snowy Monaro Regional Council in New South Wales. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Phelps, I notice you're on mute still.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Ms. Phelps, will you take the oath or the affirmation?
The affirmation, please.
Ms. Phelps, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And Mr. Hyde, the oath or the affirmation?
The affirmation, please.
Mr. Hyde, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And Mr. Bascom, the oath or the affirmation, please?
Affirmation, please.
Mr. Bascom, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Panellists, this afternoon I'm going to ask you questions around a number of topics. The first will concern an introduction to your local government area. The second will concern the impact of the 2019-2020 bushfires on public infrastructure, which is relevant to the third topic, which is the coordination of disaster response between councils within a state and across borders. And there will be some residual questions as well. I'd like to start with Mr. Hyde, if I could, please. And could I please bring up the map NND.001.00408.01_0003. And Mr. Hyde, first of all, could you please inform the Commissioners of your role at the Council and your role in relation to natural disasters?
Thank you. My role with the Council is the Chief Executive Officer, and during the disasters, I stepped into the Operations Centre on a shared shift basis.
I'm sorry.
And the impact on the local government area was fairly significant. 45% of the Shire was impacted. The total Shire area is 8,960 square kilometres, and over a 50-day period, 402,650 hectares was burnt during that period. 193 houses were destroyed, 49 damaged, 612 outbuildings destroyed, and 189 damaged. 749 rural landholders were impacted. We had 1 fatality and 12 injuries recorded, and 350 kilometres of our road network was impacted. 42,500 hectares of forest plantations worth approximately $425 million were impacted, and 100,000 hectares of agriculture destroyed, along with a number of impacts on tourist attractions such as the Sugar Pine Walk, the Human Hovel walking track, and the Mount Selwyn ski resort.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hyde. Mr. Hyde, there is a map of the local government area, the local council area, and if you could just briefly describe the local government area in terms of, you have described it in terms of size, just the natural environment, and you've also described the industries.
Yep. So the environment is very hilly. We're on the southwest slopes of the Snowy Mountains, and we have 10 main communities across the local government area. Quite a significant amount of the local government area is under a national park or state forest. And the fire, we had 2 main fires impacting from the north and coming up from the south, and they did join at certain parts and cross over. We had significant issues cross-border as we have large borders with Victoria and with the Australian Capital Territory.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hyde. Ms. Phelps, if I could please have the map RCN.900.016.0013. Ms. Phelps, could you please describe your role at the council and your role in relation to natural disaster responses?
Yes, Mr. Tokley, I am the Chief Executive Officer and I fulfil that role during emergencies and disasters.
Thank you. And now I understand that Mr. Hyde's council borders your area, I think, and your area is the orange area in the map you can see.
Yes, that's correct.
And if you could please describe your local government area in general terms, its size, natural environment, population and main industry.
Thank you. Towon Shire Council is located in the far northeast corner of Victoria. We cover an area of 6,500 square kilometres and we have quite a dispersed population of around 6,000 people. Around 75% of our municipality is public lands, so state and national parks. Our 2 main towns are Corryong and Tallangatta, which are at the east and the west of the municipality. Corryong has a population of around 1,300 and Tallangatta around 1,100, and we are adjacent on our western boundary to the regional cities of Albury-Wodonga on the New South Wales and Victorian border.
Thank you very much.
Would you like me to talk about the economy? So that the primary economy of the region is centred around agriculture, forestry and tourism, and we have an ageing and declining population. The median age sits at around 58, where for Australia, I believe that sits at 38.
Thank you. And I understand that your local government area was impacted by the last bushfires in 2019, 2020. If you could just give a brief description of the impact upon Taewong.
Yes, for Towon Shire Council, we're one of the smallest, if not the smallest council in the state of Victoria. And to put that in perspective, we put our rates up 1%, we yield an additional $60,000. So the bushfire over the New Year period had a significant impact for our municipality. Approximately 43% of the municipality was burnt, and we sustained, I would suggest, relatively minor public infrastructure damage in terms of council's assets, although for a small council, our landfill was significantly impacted, playgrounds, roadsides, which had been impacted severely where tree management and removal was required, and a number of other aspects. So a very, very significant natural disaster for a very, very small council.
Thank you very much, Ms. Phelps. Mr. Bascom, now the Snowy Monaro area, I think, is that which is in purple?
Correct.
And if you could please describe your role at the council and your role in relation to natural disaster matters.
Yes, I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Snowy Monaro Regional Council, to which the council has subscribed the role of General Manager as defined by the Local Government Act. Excuse me. It's fair to say that Snowy Monaro was not impacted as greatly as our neighbours, as you've just heard, or our neighbours to the east. but nevertheless, we dealt with a total of 36 fires managed across 16 incidents in that area, mainly around our periphery, less so in the centre. And from that, there were 31 houses destroyed, 15 houses damaged, 13 other facilities destroyed, 102 outbuildings destroyed, and in excess of 500 properties were affected one way or another, including obviously fencing. Our area is 15,000 square metres. We have a population of approximately 15,000 square kilometres, population of 21,000 or thereabouts. We have quite a diverse region. The Monaro Plains in the centre of the area, the Alpine area in the west, including the ski fields and so forth, and some mountains to the east as well. Approximately a third of our area is contained within national park or other reserves. Our economy is quite diversified. Clearly, we have power generation through Snowy 2 and other renewables. We have the tourism industry based around the mountain country, and we have agriculture by employment. Hospitality is our largest employer. By dollar value, agriculture remains. We also have a softwoods industry with a softwood mill in Bombala, in the southeast corner of our region.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bascom. I now wish to turn to topic number 2, and topic number 2 is the impact upon public infrastructure, and in particular I'll be wanting you to address power, telecommunications and roads. And in your answers, if you could address first whether the relevant power structures were identified in plans prepared for the bushfire season, and whether that infrastructure was impacted, and the consequence for the communities within your local government area. And if I could first go to Mr. Hyde and to the Snowy Valley in relation to planning around infrastructure and in particular power, and the impact that the loss of power may have had upon the communities in your local government area.
Thank you. Yes, the impact of loss of power was quite significant. We have two main power connections, so a high voltage power connection with Transgrid and more localised or regional connections through Essential Energy. We have the Snowy Hydro assets within our local government area. 99.6% of the Snowy Hydro electricity producing is within our area. Those assets were identified in the plans and did have protection zones around them. The protection zones weren't seen to be sufficient given the veracity of the fires that impacted the area. So the loss of power meant significant impact also on communications in that the links through to our communication towers for radio, telephony and other matters was lost across the area. We lost 100% of contact with the southern part of the local government area with communications, and meant that a significant amount of independent generation was required in the area to run council assets such as sewage treatment plants and water treatment plants. On occasions, because we lost communications, our SCADA system for monitoring those systems went down, and we had to have backup generators pumping continuously without us knowing what was happening to our systems. So it did have quite a significant impact across the local government area. We also found it quite difficult to communicate and get information out to our communities we did have significant new links through the Sounds of the Mountains radio station into the southern area where we connected in because the ABC radio communications had failed in that area, and the Sounds of the Mountain provided good communication until the power was lost to those facilities. So that had a large impact to our area as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hyde. Ms. Phelps, in terms of power and public infrastructure, was such public infrastructure identified on plans prepared for your local government area, and did you lose power?
Thank you, Mr. Tokley. In terms of the Towam Shire Municipal Emergency Management Plan, the specific identification of infrastructure, as you've mentioned, is not highlighted in those plans. So whilst we acknowledge the risk that there may be a loss of power at a point in time, we certainly don't have an inventory of those assets within our Municipal Emergency Management Plan. And we leave that detail to the asset owners and utility companies be aware of that. In terms of the loss of power, we had a very similar experience to Snowy Valleys Council. The Upper Murray was without power for a number of days until we were able to have large generators moved into the town, and the town of Corryong was operated off generators for quite some number of days. In terms of Mr. Hyde's comments about the southern end of the Snowy Valleys Council area, our northern end, which we share that boundary, we had exactly the same situation where power was lost and we were unable to have any communications with the northern and Upper Murray areas of our municipality, which created quite a number of issues for us in terms of getting messages to communities and for them to understand what the threat to them was at that point in time.
Ms. Phelps, did the loss of power affect communications between Taywong and Snowy Valley? Do you know?
I'm not aware of what communication was available between the two councils at that point in time. Do you mean the council organisations?
The council organisations, yes.
Yes. No, I'm not sure whether the office... There's certainly communications out of the Tallangatta office, which is some 75, 80 kilometres from the Corryong township, which was impacted by the power outages. So we still had that opportunity through Tallangatta, and I think calling the Tumut office probably wasn't an issue, but that's only speculation on my part, and I'd look to Mr. Hyde perhaps to assist in that regard.
Mr. Hyde, were you aware of whether the power loss affected communications between the two council areas?
I understand that there were some difficulties around that. We relied on the communications through the Rural Fire Service between the two incident reporting rooms.
Thank you. And now going to Mr. Bascom and to Snowy Monaro, were the critical public infrastructures identified on the plans that had been prepared in anticipation of there being bushfires, and were there any problems with power shortages or outages?
Yes, the plans were, the infrastructure was identified in the plans. We were fortunate in not suffering any major blackouts. Obviously, particularly in the farming communities where the fires occurred, there were localised loss of power poles and so forth lost to the fire. The most significant event for us was on the Sunday, the 2nd of February, where we lost telecommunications. The story there was that one of the exchanges towards the north, close to the ACT border in Gallara, lost power. It was not fire affected, but it lost power. That meant that we had no communications from the 35 mobile towers, no landlines, and no mobile phones, of course, and no internet. Except for this one of the service providers, Vodafone. Now, what that meant in terms of operations, it meant that the Emergency Operations Centre and the Fire Control Centre were without communication, except for a couple of Vodafone phones that workers happened to have, or they were able to obtain from local shops in Cooma, of which there was only a couple. That persisted from about early morning. I can't remember the exact time, around 8 o'clock until about 11 when the Optus came on, and subsequent to that, Telstra, which was the service provider for the EOC and the Fire Control Centre, came on mid-afternoon, about 3 p.m. if I recall correctly. What that meant was that the Fire Control Centre was not able to access mapping, except what was provided from the State Control Centre by text messages to the few Vodafone phones that were operational within the Fire Control Centre. So that was the most significant breakdown in critical infrastructure during the operations. And Sunday, 2nd of February, was one of our more severe fire days.
Thank you, Mr. Bascom. Mr. Bascom, do you know whether the Snowy Monaro transmission line in particular was identified in the what's called the Emergency Management Plan?
A power transmission line?
Yes.
Yes, I believe it was, but it was ignored or overlooked in the development of some of the plans for commission when that was under threat. It wasn't recognised as being under threat.
I see.
And it was picked up not by the people doing the planning for a day's operation from the Fire Control Centre, but by some people that were observing operations within the Fire Control Centre. And plans were modified to protect that transmission line.
Thank you, Mr. Bascom. Now, I now wish to turn to, of course, Commissioner.
Perhaps before we move on, just while we're on that topic, I think you were asked whether you had identified, as part of your emergency management plan, you'd identified critical infrastructure. And Mr. Bascom, you just made some comment about recognising what needed to be protected or not. Once you identified it in your plan, and I think Ms Phelps, you were saying that it hadn't been, so this question won't go to you so much. What steps did Council take in preparation, once it was identified, these critical infrastructure, what steps did you take in preparation for a disaster such as a bushfire as a council?
In response to protecting significant state infrastructure?
Yes. I was just wondering what ability the council had to take steps to protect it, or to enable it to be protected.
It's not council's responsibility. It's the responsibility of the state agencies to ensure that. Both the owner of that transmission line, Ausgrid, and the Rural Fire Service to manage that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And now I wish to proceed to telecommunications, and to some extent you've covered a little bit of that in your answers concerning power. But Mr. Hyde, did Snowy Valley have telecommunications problems as a result of loss of power or loss of transmission lines?
Yes, we did have significant losses throughout the area at critical times, very hilly area, so we have a number of black spots typically across our area on a normal basis. However, we lost the little communication that we did have across the area because of electricity losses and because of towers fully melting down because the LPZ zones around those infrastructure items weren't sufficient to cater for the type of fire that went through the area.
Thank you, Mr. Hyde. Ms. Phelps, did Taewong have problems with telecommunications as a result of lines being lost?
Thank you, Mr. Tokley. Yes, In Towong, we had very much the same circumstances as Snowy Valleys. So landlines were lost with the loss of mobile telephony infrastructure. Mobile lines were not available to us, and we also found that satellite phones were problematic in terms of the conditions. And so, yes, communications were lost.
And thank you, Ms Phelps. And Mr Bascom, I think you've covered it in one of your earlier answers, but Snowy Monaro also had telecommunications problems, didn't it?
Yeah, like the others, we have inherent problems. There are areas of our region that are not covered by either the mobile phone network or the government's own emergency radio network, which led to a reluctance to put firefighting assets into certain areas. But in terms of specific failures of what we do have, the one I spoke about earlier with the loss of telecommunications for a substantial period on the 2nd of Feb is the major area.
Thank you. I'll come back to telecommunications when I address issues of coordination, but I now want to turn to roads. And if I could start with you, Mr Hyde, and the Snowy Valley. I understand a significant number of roads were damaged as a result of the fires?
That's correct. We have 3 different types of roads as a summary across the local government area. So we have local government controlled roads, we have state controlled roads, and we have roads that are controlled by the Forestry Department. Under Council's management, we had impacts on 350 kilometres of our road network in total.
And would some of those roads have gone into and out of Victoria?
Some of those roads did. For instance, during the event, I went to a communications session in Jingellic, which would normally take me 2 hours to drive to. I had to actually go out and into Victoria and back in, which took me 6 hours driving to get to that location.
And did it also affect roads into Snowy Monaro?
That's correct.
And in terms of council responsibility for roads, could you elaborate upon that a little bit, if you wouldn't mind? I understand that there are local roads for which the council has primarily responsibility, but does it have a responsibility in relation to major arterial roads?
In relation to major arterial roads, there are some maintenance contracts with the State Department, and we essentially can make suggestions, and we did have the state representative in the Emergency Operations Centre, and there were continual negotiations. The state does make the decisions on those roads, on opening and closing and rehabilitation of those roads. However, we do work quite closely with them for that.
Were activities undertaken in respect of the roads prior to the bushfire season for clearance of roadside fuels?
Roadside fuel was certainly a large issue. We work under 2 different local land services departments, Riverina in the north and Murray in the south. Those 2 services provided different levels of management regimes that were allowed within the road reserve. We felt that significant issues in the southern area around management of those road reserves could have been improved, which would have assisted with the spread of fire, with the road reserves acting more as a barrier to the fires. However, because the growth had been allowed to extend further, it actually facilitated the fire crossing a number of road reserves and road areas.
And you mentioned that some of the roads were differently managed according to whether they were north or south. And did you experience any particular problems in relation to dealing with matters north and south?
Yeah, certainly the roadside management through crash grazing in the north seemed to be more easily permitted. It is a decision of the state facilitated through the local government. However, in the south area, there were various reasons for the state officers to not allow crash grazing as much in those areas, which facilitated quite strong growth of understory and grasses, which exacerbated the fires through those areas.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hyde. And Ms. Phelps, did Taywong experience problems in relation to roads into and out of the local council area?
Thank you, Mr. Tokley. Yes, Taywong did experience difficulties in that respect. So the two main roads into Taywong Shire from the west are the Murray River Road, which runs along the Murray River, and the Murray Valley Highway. And both of those are regional roads, Victoria, or state roads. Both roads were severely impacted and were actually closed for some length of time in terms of the fire threat, but also as a result of the damage sustained through the native vegetation and the risk of trees falling onto vehicles and the like. Council also has an extensive network of local council roads, and a number of those were significantly impacted. We do have an annual program where we look to, wherever we can within our resources, to reduce the fuel load on our local roads, and that generally involves slashing. And those roads were equally impacted in terms of the native vegetation destruction and the risk that then resulted to motorists.
Thank you very much, Ms. Phelps. Mr. Bascom, in relation to roads with Snowy Monaro, is it the case that there are certain roads that are critical for the purposes of evacuation from your area?
Yes, it is the case that there are roads that were critical. We experienced closures of the Monaro Highway and the Snowy Mountains Highway and the Alpine Way. For the purposes of the fires that we experienced, the Monaro Highway was a critical route for people coming from the south coast more than our own residents, but nevertheless that proved problematic when they wanted to evacuate the south coast.
Thank you, Mr. Bascom. I'd now like to turn to topic number 3, which is the coordination before a natural disaster, both coordination between councils and also coordination across the border. And if I could please go to, first of all, to Mr. Hyde. To Mr. Hyde, to what extent was there coordination or resource sharing with other local government areas within New South Wales, and in particular with Snowy Monaro?
So resource sharing across New South Wales local governments is quite good. There's quite a lot of meetings where the CEO and general managers do get together. We are also in the same joint organisation, the Canberra Region Joint Organisation with Snowy Monaro Council. And we actually have recently employed a emergency management officer, which will help facilitate a coordinated role across all local governments in the Canberra Region Joint Organisation. And there's also contact between our emergency operations centres and our local emergency management officers. There is a regional emergency management group where those officers get together on a regular basis and do planning exercises.
Thank you, Mr. Hyde. Mr. Bascom, do you wish to add anything to what Mr. Hyde said?
No, he summarised it very well.
Thank you very much. Ms. Phelps, to what extent is there coordination or resource sharing with other local government areas within the state of Victoria?
Thank you, Mr. Tokley. There's certainly a number of examples of resource sharing across the state, particularly in the northeast. There are a number of shared service arrangements, and Taywong and our neighbouring councils are part of that across a number of areas of our council operations, including rate and property services, environmental health, development services, even IT. In terms of the state, there is also a resource sharing protocol which was developed by the Municipal Association of Victoria, which in an emergency situation, the protocol is about sharing of resources in an emergency situation. And And I guess in terms of the recent fire, my experience was that we, rather than relying necessarily on that protocol, it was certainly a case of our neighbours just pitching in to assist us as required until the pressure on them in terms of the emergency meant that they needed to withdraw some of their resources. But we're also very fortunate to have the support of a number of metropolitan Melbourne councils who had previous fire experiences in years gone by and understood what the implications and impact was for Towong, and they quickly mobilised and were able to identify a number of resources from Melbourne who were able to move to Towong and spend time with us over the 2-3 week period where our resources were very much in demand.
Mm-hmm. Ms. Phelps, I understand that you put forward a recommendation of what you called a flying squad to assist in cases of emergency. Could you elaborate upon that, please? Mm-hmm.
Certainly. Perhaps a little bit of context. So Towong is a very small council. We have a very small number of staff, and we all have fairly significant roles to play, but we also wear a hat that in the case of an emergency. And so that often means that we are we are absolutely stretched between our business as usual responsibilities as well as emergency management. And certainly with the recent fires, we found that the role that our staff needed to play, we had a situation where we had an incident control centre which placed demands on the organisation for emergency management staff, who also played a business as usual role in terms of providing resources for the emergency, and within 72 hours they were effectively exhausted. So I guess the proposal we have is about establishing a flying team who have emergency management expertise and experience, and that they are able to move around the state and assist councils like Towong, who generally don't have a depth of emergency management personnel, and be able to step in at very short notice to assist us in order to meet the requirements of the emergency management requirements for the council.
Thank you very much, Ms. Phelps. Just on that, how many people are employed by the council in relation to roles concerning emergency management or disaster management?
So we have one half-time resource who is specifically for emergency management, and we fund that position through the Municipal Emergency Resource Program funding of $60,000 that we receive from the state government. The other emergency management roles that we have are in addition to a person's normal substantive role with council.
Thank you very much, Ms. Phelps. And Mr. Hyde, you heard Ms. Phelps' answer. Do you think the idea of a flying squad might be of assistance as well to your council?
Yes, certainly would be. And the Greater Sydney councils did offer us various support. We actually flew in a emergency management expert from the Noosa Shire Council to assist us during the event. And the assistance from other local governments, from the Greater Hume Council, Kootagundagai, Wagga, Queanbeyan, Pallarang, all the councils were significant, and certainly a level of expertise, as Ms. Phelps has indicated there, would be certainly very beneficial.
Thank you. Mr. Bascom, any comments? Or?
Yeah, I think the concept of a flying squad is a good one. We note in our submission that we don't have any substantive positions allocated to emergency management. We have a local emergency management officer, which is an addition to somebody else, to a person's role. We found it very difficult to maintain the supply of personnel in support of the firefighting efforts. All our heavy plant operators were out constantly from the start of the fires in December, and then we were providing around 16 to 20 people per day into the fire control centre, emergency operations centre, and the evacuation centres. And that was really starting to wear on the organisation. So the ability to bring people in from elsewhere that's not been affected by the disaster would be enormously beneficial, not only to us, but also to the relevant combat agency, in the case of the bushfires, the Rural Fire Service.
Thank you, Mr. Bascom. I noticed, Ms Phelps, you were nodding when Mr Bascom was speaking. I take it that the most recent bushfires were made quite a demand upon the resources of council during the last bushfire season.
Yes, Mr Tokley, they certainly did create an enormous amount of pressure, and I guess the one thing in terms of our planning that we perhaps hadn't really taken or been aware of was how an emergency like this could impact on our staff, who are residents of the communities that were impacted. So approximately 22% of our staff were impacted. And, you know, council has responsibilities and obligations, and for a number of those staff, you know, one had lost a home, others many outbuildings and equipment and the like, or their families had been impacted. And so the expectation is to continue on in providing municipal services like collecting the rubbish and opening the council office in Corryong. But the reality is that our staff were actually experiencing exactly what the community were experiencing. They're no different. They are members of the community. So nodding, it's had a significant impact. And even for those who were not in the fire area, you know, the demands on them through that period of time have been significant, and you know, we're dealing with a number of issues now in terms of people's health and well-being. Staff have not been able to continue on the journey with us, and you know, some mental health issues that we're certainly dealing with as well. So it certainly had a profound impact on this organisation.
Thank you, Ms Phelps. Mr Hyde, would you wish to comment or?
Yeah, yes, Mr Tokley. Very similar to Ms Phelps's comments there. Our staff are the closest to the community and are impacted directly themselves. Council's role is various through these events. So under the state legislation, we are required to provide executive support. We do, however, have a role of continuing to maintain our assets and services as best as possible to the community. And there is a conflict essentially around the availability of staff on a continual 2 by 12-hour shift basis for weeks on end, not only to service our own community in our local government services, but to provide that support to every other state government agency locally in the area. It's great to bring those resources in and actually have that local knowledge applied to relieve our staff, and there is a significant impact when a family member or the family is directly impacted, and those staff I have to commend our staff and our community for going above and beyond and putting their community in front of their personal needs, and only as we are starting to come in through the start of the recovery phase are we really seeing what the true impact that has had on our staff and community.
Thank you very much, Mr Hyde. Now, Ms Phelps, I'd like to come back to you if I may, please. I understand that the fire that eventually reached your local council originally started in New South Wales, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes. And it's in that context I wish to ask the following question. Is there any formal arrangement concerning disaster planning or response between yourself and Snowy Valleys, or between yourself and Snowy Monaro?
Certainly not with Snowy Monaro. We do have a draft MOU with Snowy Valleys Council that's been developed over in recent years. I guess from my perspective, and knowing my two colleagues here and other colleagues within the state, I don't think having the finalised MOU would have made any difference whatsoever, because in rural communities, you know, we help our neighbours, whether that's the farmer next door or whether that's the council across in the other state. And I guess from my perspective, Jingellic is one of those communities in New South Wales, which is only 12 or so kilometres from the township of Walwa. And I know through that period of time that the community members of Jingellic certainly sought refuge in Walwa and assistance from the Bush Nursing Centre there. So there's not a finalised memorandum of understanding in place with Snowy Valleys Council. There's certainly a draft, but having said that, the relationships are very strong, and we just help each other as required.
Thank you. In terms of planning, the plans that are prepared for disasters, do they take into account the possibility that the fires will commence on the other side of the border and then come towards you? And do they have regard to the need to contact persons across the border?
The plans don't specify where the fire might start from or come from necessarily. It's really just the threat of fire in a very general sense. So, and in terms of the contact lists, I believe there are a number of contacts within our plan, which include Snowy Valleys Council across the border.
Mm-hmm. Is there any formal arrangement or as regards hazard reductions pre-bushfire season between yourselves and Snowy Valley?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Mr. Hyde, in relation to Tay Wong, to your understanding, are there any formal arrangements, first of all, in regards to hazard reduction activities that may be undertaken on your side and on the other side, which may affect a subsequent bushfire disaster?
Mr. Toffley, I'm not aware of any formal arrangements. We do have a good relationship with all of our neighbours, and there is staff interaction on various issues. For the Snowy Valleys Council, the issue was more during the operations. As you are aware, the Rural Fire Service are actually the lead agency for this event.
Yes.
However, Council does participate in the local emergency management centre, and we did request a number of times a liaison officer placed from Victoria into our emergency operations centre, and offered to place someone from our side of the area into Victoria. And I think that would have greatly assisted the operations. We did continuously ask the RFS through their incident control centre to provide intelligence and logistic information in relation to the cross-border issues, because the fire did move backwards and forwards across the boundary, and we did feel that it could have had an improved management practice had we have had a liaison officer in both of those operation centres.
Thank you. Mr. Bascom, do you have any views on cross-border communications and formal arrangements or informal arrangements?
I'm not aware of any formal arrangements, but I concur with the other two that we all work cooperatively as best we can, and an example of that was when we were approached by East Gippsland to support a relief centre for Victorians in our side of the border, which we agreed to.
Okay. And was that at Delegate in New South Wales?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. And does Delegate feature in any planning that's undertaken to which the council might be aware in terms of this? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. It is has been previously identified as a potential evacuation site, but it's not one of the preferred ones. It doesn't feature as as far as I'm aware, in any of the plans for East Gippsland, but it does. But they have used it on more than one occasion, and as I indicated, it did ask us to relieve their staff and support and staff that relief centre on their behalf, given that they were stretched for resources.
Thank you, Mr. Bascom. Ms. Phelps, in terms of your planning, is there any planning to perhaps establish an evacuation centre in New South Wales for the residents of your local council area?
No, not at this stage. I think we're quite well placed in terms of Walwa, which is right on the border there with Jingellic in New South Wales, and we already have a relatively new asset in place at the Recreation Reserve, which I believe performed quite well in the situation that we had with the fires over New Year. And in terms of Corryong, it is the main township for Talonshire with the 1,300 residents. Cancoban is only around 30 kilometres away. Sorry, my figures might not be exactly right. So for Cancoban, at a point in time, they were looking to be evacuated to Corryong. So I think at this stage, the assets that we have in Corryong and Walwa are probably well placed to service the New South Wales communities that are adjacent.
Mr. Hyde, does the planning have regard to perhaps the need to establish an evacuation centre in Victoria for residents of your local council?
Mr. Toffley, the planning doesn't include that. However, it is critical for us. Certainly the community of Cancoban was isolated for up to 12 days, and evacuations of that town had to have police escorts because all roads out of Cancoban went through a fire-impacted area, and the residents, as they were leaving, had to go through a current fire front and into Victoria. So it certainly would be very useful. Across the local government area, we didn't have sufficient facilities to be able to cater for evacuation centres, and we had to stand up an evacuation centre with the assistance of Wagga City Council in Wagga, and that caused a number of logistical issues about our families being relocated to there and not being able to service the area when they're evacuated for up to 12 days, most around the 5 to 6 day mark, and they have pets at home, stock to look after. It caused significant issues, and certainly having a evacuation facility that is able to handle one evacuation facility that is able to handle a quantum of people close to the local government area would be a significant benefit. And also we don't have the resources to be able to man a number of little centres, evacuation centres across the area. So while the community might believe that a lot of small centres would be beneficial, we just simply do not have the resources to manage that. And we gain some efficiencies by running one large centre and make sure that we can work with Red Cross and the likes to make sure any evacuee is actually registered and their family throughout the world is able to see that they are safe and well in an evacuation centre.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hyde, were the people in to your knowledge, were the people in New South Wales aware of what was happening in Victoria in terms of bushfire risks or in terms of the fire coming back across the border?
Mr. Toffley, the communications were so poor during the event, it was difficult to be able to tell what was happening, and the rapid movement of the fire from one side of the Murray River in Victoria across to New South Wales and back happened a number of times throughout the 55 days that the fire was existing in our local government area.
Thank you. I understand there was some confusion around the use of apps, and in particular the Fire Nears Me app. And first of all, Ms. Phelps, were you aware of problems with the use of apps?
No, Mr. Toffley, was not.
Okay. Mr. Hyde?
Mr. Toffley, yes, certainly the apps were based on where the fire originated from. So if the fire originated on the New South Wales side of the border, the RFS maintained the fire information until it crossed the border, and then they didn't maintain that information, and vice versa with Victoria. So there were significant issues about the movement across the border and the maintenance of the app, so that the community were aware of the oncoming threat of fire and the need to prepare and maintain safety for themselves and their family.
Thank you. And Mr. Bascom, were you aware of problems with the apps?
Yes, there were a number of problems. Like Mr. Hyde, there was the fires in the south, in East Gippsland. The fires near me app in New South Wales symbolised that by one of their blue diamonds near Delegate. There was no fire near Delegate. They were just wanting to flag it. It was there was no way to share that resource. And similarly, when the fire was down closer to our southeast corner, in the Bondi, that ultimately came into the Bondi area. Again, there was a warning flag was put up, but there was actually no fire in New South Wales. They were simply highlighting that there was the potential for fire. So it was unclear to the community. If like the other aspect of the confusion for the people in our south, they were relying on the Victorian app to let them know what was happening with the Victorian fires. While the levels of warning are the same between the two states, advice, watch and act and emergency warning, only one of those share the colour background, namely red. For New South Wales, the background to the advice warning is blue. In Victoria, it is yellow. For the watch and act in New South Wales, background is yellow and orange in Victoria. Similarly, the symbols that are used on the two different apps are different. In the fires near me, the rural fire service marks them according to those colours, where the advice, watch and act, and they're diamonds, whereas the Victorian app uses a combination of diamonds and triangles, and again in the colours appropriate to Victoria. So while the actual words are similar, if not identical, people looking at it just quickly and relying on the colour codes would be potentially misled by what is actually happening.
Thank you. And I think that was some problems concerned with the messaging, and I think Mr. Hyde, did Snowy Valley in particular have problems with the messaging that was sent out, which may have caused a panic in Snowy Valley?
Yeah, certainly there was mixed messages, and the feedback that we've had from the staff was there needs to be greater role clarity about who sends out messages about what information, and certainly there was some fantastic information out there from the RFS in relation to the fires. However, some of the other agencies' input was a little bit mixed in the community, and on occasions information was distributed that was incorrect. For instance, at one stage, the Tumbarumba community was informed that the road was open and they were able to return to Tumbarumba, and a lot of them left the evacuation centre. We had 1,710 people registered in evacuation centres, and they were advised they could go back and found a roadblock on the way that they couldn't return to their communities, and then that they had to return back to the evacuation centre. So that was an instance where we felt it would be better if the agency in control maintained the communications around that, and we would have had, and if we could have had a better communication level around that to provide consistent messaging to the public, that would have improved the public's information and clarity around information.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hyde. And Mr. Bascom, in your submission to the Commission, you mentioned that there was, I might just bring up the page, please could I have src.500.001.0013, and if you could please highlight the paragraph beginning, there was a marked difference, which is about number 5 from the top. And Mr. Bascom, was it your experience that there was this difference between the approach between Victoria and New South Wales?
Yes, as I indicated, we were asked, the CEO of East Gippsland Shire contacted me and asked if we could supply the staff to operate the Victorian Relief Centre that they had established in Delegate. When my staff arrived there, we found that it was fully equipped with all those supplies, as you can see. When the evacuation centre was opened in Cooma, for example, there were no facilities. I actually contacted the Salvation Army, who brought the mattresses from their local store and a supply of linen to go with them to establish that. Ultimately, agency staff did arrive, and they arrived with the, if you like, the IT necessary to register them. That all came as a package into the delegate system from the Victorian service.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bascom. Ms. Phelps, I understand that one of the suggestions you've made is that there might be use of an app called FireChat.
No, that's probably not come from me.
Okay, that's all right. Thank you. It can be used apparently on the internet. Sorry, without requiring the internet or a mobile signal. So it's an app that can overcome the difficulties of there being no internet. Not to worry. Not to worry. Mr. Bascom, do you know about the app, the FireChat?
No, I don't. No. Sorry.
Not to worry. Not to worry. Commissioners, that concludes my questions, but I suspect that you will have some questions for the panel.
We do, and in asking the questions, we're very mindful and respectful of what the three LGAs went through over the Christmas period, but we just want to get a bit of an understanding of the cross-jurisdictional, but the cross-state issues just a little bit more. And so I just want to clarify something that Ms. Phelps said. Right at the start, we're talking about critical infrastructure, and we mentioned, I think, power lines, and you said that's not your area, that's up to the provider to do that. Can I just ask, do you have a register of the critical infrastructure in Tawong, LGA?
From my knowledge, we do not have a register of critical infrastructure in terms of maps and plans that lay out what infrastructure exists within the municipality.
Okay.
Not to my knowledge.
Thanks for that, and I thank you for your candor. Mr. Bascom, does Snowy Monaro have a register of the critical infrastructure? And where I'm going here is more in how that informs the planning and for the emergency response plans and how those responses are planned and enacted.
I would suggest that that list of critical infrastructure should be captured in the emergency management plan and the bushfire management plan. That is not; they are not council documents, but the council does have input into them. The local emergency management committee is responsible for the development of the M plan. That committee comprises representatives from all the critical agencies. They should be providing their critical infrastructure into the development of the emergency management plan.
So in that emergency management committee, there are representatives from electricity, power, water, roads, go through it, telecommunications, all those are represented in there, are represented in that committee.
I won't say that all of those essential utilities are represented. Certainly the state agencies are represented, and I also understand that Snowy Hydro is also represented.
Yeah, and I was going to go to Snowy Hydro. Obviously, that's a critical asset of a national importance. But I'll just go to Mr. Hyde. So does the Snowy Valley Council have a register or a document that has the critical infrastructure in it, just in a single source, or
Commissioner, that is with the RFS, with their plan to have that detail in there. As Mr. Bascom has indicated, we do have representatives that sit on the local emergency management committee, and we facilitate that. However, we're not in control of that in New South Wales. We did have the Snowy Hydro representative and other significant infrastructure representatives like Transgrid that sat in the local emergency management centre and moved to the incident control centre with RFS to look at those assets. So they were identified in our region in the RFS plans.
Okay. Where I was going was noting how close you all are together and the cross-border, cross-jurisdiction. You actually all have critical infrastructure that the other areas rely on. So the next obvious question is, do you know the risk that your particular area is wearing from issues that might be happening in the other LGA? And if you're not, how would you possibly prepare yourself for that? Is there a mechanism I'm missing here that might possibly be there to do that?
Commissioner, 32% of the renewable energy created in the Snowy Valleys area goes to the eastern grid, and we're certainly very aware that Melbourne and Sydney both have critical lines out of the Snowy Valleys area, and if we were to lose those resources on the Transgrid infrastructure, that would have significant impact on the city environments. The LPZ zones around those areas are significantly higher, and the ability for RFS, under my understanding, to gain additional air assets and other assets to protect those assets is recognised and implemented. However, during this event, because of the extent of the fires across Australia, the access to those resources was significantly limited compared to what they have in previous bushfire events that have been more local or regional based. So there was a competitive process, I suppose, towards getting those assets to protect the critical infrastructure in our area.
Yeah, okay, and I appreciate it. And we are getting evidence from other witnesses to talk a lot about the coordination issues in that combating the fire. And again, it's going down the infrastructure route. I understand, this will be a lead-in for Commissioner Bennett, well, I'm sure I have questions as well, that when you're close to the border, say in Mr. Hyde's area, Mr. Bascom's area, you may be getting information from telecommunication towers on the other side of the border. And so therefore New South Wales may be getting all the Victorian warnings, but not the New South Wales warnings if they're coming through on the text. And one of you may have addressed that before and I missed it. I'm sorry if I did. But was that creating some of the confusion there during this?
Commissioner, that is correct. The RUM FM radio station is actually licensed in Victoria and actually provides information across both local government areas, Tawong Shire and Snowy Valleys Council area. The connection failed to that, and we connected the Snowy Mountains radio across to the Walwa site and tried to reproject information. So there was New South Wales information that would have been made available into Victoria. However, it was difficult to get the Victorian information out on that system.
No, I was more actually thinking about mobile telephone warnings that go out in text. But okay, I'll leave it there. But you've done a very good job in in helping us better understand the issues, cross-jurisdictional, cross-state issues. But Commissioner Bennett has some questions on information as well.
I do actually. Look, we have the good fortune to have the three of you here, and very alive to those issues, not only across local government areas, but with the state border. And of course, it's perfectly obvious that bushfires don't recognise the borders. We've worked that one out, and I can see you all nodding. I think that's fairly self-evident. And may I say, I think, Ms Phelps, in your report, which is quite extensive, especially for a small council, if I may say so, you've put a lot of effort into your response to us, and you've identified some of the issues. And I'm particularly interested in trying to analyse the cross-border issues. So we've had some broad discussion about information that is available, not available, consistent, not consistent. And sometimes from the answers, it hasn't been quite clear to me exactly what is internal within a state. And I think, Mr Hyde, you mentioned some issues that are probably internal to New South Wales. There's been some discussion of the cross-border issues. Now, we've had, Mr Bascom has talked about one of my favourite topics, which is the different warnings, the colours and the words in the warnings. That's one. We've had you've talked about some of the good things like the cross-border radio usage when it worked, that you've got very, as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, you've got good relationships with each other. So in the recovery sense, there wasn't a stopping on the roads leading out of the border saying you can't come in, and there was even to the extent of helping each other establish recovery centres and enabling that. Although I think, Ms Phelps, you pointed out that sometimes people had to go because of eligibility difficulties, had to go further away into New South Wales rather than across the border into Victoria. So that's the sort of thing I'm looking at to try and get an understanding of I understand that some of the cross-border things worked well, and that's because perhaps, as we talked about, you have this local people looking after local people and that assistance. What I'm trying to understand is where information and actions did not work well because of the border. Now, Mr Bascom, you gave us a description. We've talked about the apps issue, that, they stopped at the border. We've talked about the warning systems, which were wrong on either side of the border. And I'm assuming that when you said there was potential for confusion, you actually all had evidence, you all had experience with people who actually were confused. It's not just that you're thinking theoretically. I'm assuming, and then you can correct me if I'm wrong, that you're all aware of people who actually did have some confusing messages that may have caused them either to act inappropriately or to have stress. So what I'm trying to just evaluate, if I can, the major problems, if there were any, other than those two, that arose because of the border issue. And if you can help me do that, that would be something that would assist me personally. Mr Bascom, I'm going to start with you. You've described for us the problem with the apps. You've described for us the problems with the signage. Is there anything else that was a cross-border issue for you?
Yeah, there are two instances that of specific concern that haven't been addressed today. And I go back. The first one, I would like to go back to the delegate relief centre. As I indicated previously, we were operating that on behalf of East Gippsland, or the Victorian side, and the residents, or the people that were within that relief centre were Victorian residents. Our staff are clearly not trained to operate a relief centre and provide that level of support to the people that register there. I therefore requested the New South Wales Welfare Agency to assist us in that process. They agreed, and they did send somebody down. However, apparently I didn't make it clear in my request that it was Victorians in there. And it turns out that the person, once they arrived, a delegate indicated that they could not provide support to Victorian residents and turned around and left. That's of serious concern to me, that there appears, based on that experience, there appears to be no particular issue, no particular arrangement for the support of movement of evacuees across the state borders. There were no particular problems of evacuees moving within the state, with us, for example, having people that were evacuated from the Bega Valley Shire, but registered at one of our...
No, thank you.
The other issue is, and it's not so much the Victorian border, but our ACT border. The Namadgi fire that was burning ultimately crossed over into Snowy Monero and destroyed 10 of the 10 houses. During the course of the fires, there was a high level of cooperation between the ACT and the Royal Fire Service. They used the same fires near MEAC and that sort of thing. However, there became a situation where the predicted spread planning differed, and that caused a great deal of confusion initially until they resolved it. The RFS made a prediction of the fire spread into New South Wales from the ACT, and the ACT offered a different prediction, which left our residents somewhat confused. Ultimately, the two jurisdictions worked together and issued a new prediction map, but nevertheless, there was obviously some sort of failing there in that planning. It wasn't the level of cooperation that I had been seeing previously in my time in the Emergency Ops Centre.
Thank you very much. We've lost Ms Phelps for the moment. I hope she'll come back. Mr Hyde, do you have any particular cross-border, other than the ones that have been mentioned? The last two were particular to Mr Bascom's area, but, do you have any other particular information that you can offer? Ms Phelps is back. Hello, Ms Phelps. Just a sec. Hold, don't go away. Mr Hyde, stay there. Mr Hyde.
Commissioner Bennett, yes, significant issues about emergency management practices being different between the two states, and certainly some of our practices and protocols to get some consistency or clarity around those would certainly be very beneficial. Also, the state disaster recovery practices, there's certain differences there, and our communities have expressed significant concern where, for instance, in Victoria, the replenishment of water in water tanks was funded under the state arrangements. And in New South Wales, that wasn't funded under the state arrangements. So our communities, they don't operate under borders. They're communities of interest, and although they might be in New South Wales, they might associate with the town very clearly in Victoria as their community of interest. And that communication with the family and friends across the border, and seeing the differences between the assistance offered during the recovery process was significantly different, and did cause a level of pain, especially for people who had gone through so much at the time, and to hear that one of their friends had been funded for this, but they were unable to get assistance at that level. For the Snowy Valleys Council, we tried to assist those communities where we could, but I mean, at the moment, our bushfire expenditure as at the 1st of June sits at $6.63 million, and a significant amount of that is actually not funded and has to be paid by the ratepayers of the area. So we do have to have a threshold where we assist because it's the best thing for our community, and that's what our community would expect, that we assist others in need. However, there is a financial limit to that.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to go to Ms Phelps before she disappears again. Ms Phelps, are you on mute?
She is.
I think you're on mute.
I'm off mute now.
You're off mute.
That's right. I'm off now. Thank you.
Don't go away, because you actually raised this in your thing too. I just want to know if you could name for me if there are any additional particular cross-border, and I'm focusing also on information issues or communication issues or matters such as that, or indeed if you wanted to mention any others as well, but they're the ones that I'm focusing on, but any particular cross-border problems.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anecdotally, some information we've received is around the communication between CFA and RFS. And although my inquiries of CFA indicate that those communication issues have been overcome, I just wonder if on the ground perhaps people aren't understanding what's required in an emergency situation like that when people are under pressure and stress, and perhaps it is more about training and education to understand how the two fire services can communicate on the fire ground. So that's anecdotal information that we're receiving through community members. That's one issue. Communication generally, like our reliance on electronic means of communication in that situation is never going to be possible. And I guess, I think we need to start looking at what other options there might be in that regard. There's a very heavy reliance on internet these days and mobile telephony and landlines, and even the satellite phones were not working at different times during that emergency. They're key issues. And then, sorry, I'll just touch on one issue that was raised earlier, I think by maybe Mr Bascom, about the support being available for cross-border residents. So my understanding was that some assistance that was available through Victorian Department of Health and Human Services was not available to New South Wales residents.
So it went both ways?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much indeed for that elucidation of the position. Thank you.
And we appreciate that. And just so you know, we are actually going to go more into the recovery side tomorrow and some of the differences on how that was managed. So we'll draw out, I think tomorrow, a bit more about the differences of going across the borders and what that meant for residents of one state who ended up in another state, the difficulties that caused. I think that's right, isn't it, Mr Tokley?
Yes,
yeah. Commissioner. Okay, and Ms Hogan-Doran is nodding up the back, so there will be more for that tomorrow. Commissioner McIntosh.
Great, thanks, Chair. Just two quick questions for Mr Hyde, if I could. Can I pull up SVC 500 001 0008? I'll just wait for that to come up, Mr Hyde. Hopefully you can see it. When I do, just can you bring up the top two dot points? On the preceding page, your council submission tells us how New South Wales National Parks has doubled the rate of prescribed burning in New South Wales over the past decade, and then you make these two recommendations. The one I'm curious about is the second dot point that says that essentially that there needs to be a program to identify priority sites for hazard reduction on the basis of proximity to towns and villages, and also set up asset protection zones and buffers. The reason for my curiosity is that we've been told and we've received materials that that's exactly what already happens, that the bushfire risk management plans prepare those plans by establishing asset protection, firstly by identifying key assets, community and otherwise, establishing asset protection zones around those assets, and then also establishing strategic fire advantage zones in order to assist in the advantage provided by those asset protection zones. So I'm just curious as to why you've got that recommendation.
Certainly, Commissioner, there is a very clear system to develop that. However, we felt that during the event, the difference between pine forest and natural forest, and the proximity to assets and towns, and the fact that this particular event was so severe that it created its own weather, that it didn't, the protection zones didn't quite cater for the veracity of this particular event, and there may need to be some review of the algorithms around the calculations there.
Okay, thank you very much. Then can I bring up the next page then, please, operator? The next page, second last paragraph, weed growth within the plantations. In that statement there with the weed growth within the plantations, you suggest that those weeds exacerbated the intensity and the rate of spread of the bushfires. I just wondered whether that was anecdote or whether you've actually got data or some analysis to support that, and if you do have that information, whether you could share it with us.
Certainly, Commissioner, that is anecdotal. Certainly very strong feedback from our community about the management of weeds in those plantation forest areas. Is not what it used to be. It's obviously a resourcing issue, and that we don't have any specific data or any scientific evidence, but it might be a good research point for a university to have a look at. and certainly felt that it did have an impact.
Great. Thank you. Thank you all. It's very, very helpful, all of your evidence today and your submissions.
Agree 100%. Thank you very much. Mr. Tokley?
Commissioners, that concludes this afternoon's panel. If the panellists could please be released from further attendance.
So, Ms Phelps, Mr Hyde, Mr Bascom, thank you for joining us this afternoon, and I appreciate again what your communities went through, but we also appreciate very much you reliving that to be able to tell us about the issues that affected you during the fire season. Very, very helpful, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
And
Commissioners, thank you very much for the opportunity.
And Chair,
Thank you for the honour.
we had built in an afternoon tea break, if that's convenient to you, Commissioners.
Yeah, I think we'll take a short break. We'll take a break until 1600 Canberra time.
Thank you.
4 p.m. for others. Thank you.
All right.
The Royal Commission has adjourned until 4 p.m. The Royal Commission has now resumed. Please be seated.
Mr. Tokley.
Chair, Ms Spears will take the next witness.
Ms. Spears.
Commissioners, the next witness is Mr. Robert Fish, who is the Director, Operations and Planning at Kempsey Shire Council in northern New South Wales. I call Mr. Fish.
Mr. Fish, thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you.
Mr. Fish, will you take an oath or an affirmation?
Affirmation, please.
Mr. Fish, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Fish, I'd like to start with some general questions to introduce yourself and your local government area to the Commissioners. So first, if I could ask you to describe your role at Kempsey Shire Council and also how that role relates to natural disaster response.
Yes. So my role is the Director of Operations and Planning at Kempsey Shire Council. So within that role, I'm responsible for provision of assets, which includes obviously the maintenance, renewal and construction of assets across our roads, parks, water and sewer infrastructure. Also responsible for planning functions within the council, compliance and also emergency management, which obviously has the crossover to natural disasters. In my capacity, I also perform the local emergency management officer function and have been doing the LEMO role since late 2019.
Thank you. Could I ask for a map to be brought up on screen? The map is RCN 900 016 0007, which should be a map of Kempsey Shire Council. Mr. Fish, are you able to describe in general and brief terms what the local government area is like, its size, population and natural environment?
Yes. So the Kempsey Shire is located on the mid north coast of New South Wales, approximately midway between Sydney and Brisbane. The local government area is approximately 338,000 hectares and a population of just under 30,000 people currently reside within the Shire. The main centre within the Kempsey Shire is Kempsey itself, which is the main, industrial and commercial hub of the Shire. The other main centre is South West Rocks, which is the primary growth area at the moment within the Kempsey Shire. There's a number of inland and coastal villages that also exist within the Shire. Agriculture is certainly a key industry within the Shire and certainly large areas of the floodplain and areas to the west of Kempsey are prime agricultural land. Within the Kempsey Shire Council, we also have an above average Indigenous population at approximately 11%, being the home of the Dunghutti people.
Thank you. And does your local government area also have national parks?
Yes, so there's national parks located at various locations around the Shire, along the coastal strip, a number of spots. And there is also national park located in the western areas of the Shire as well.
And in your description, you mentioned that there were floodplains. Has the local government area experienced flooding in the past?
Yes, Kempsey, the Macleay River certainly has floods from time to time, and they impact quite significantly on the Shire. Downstream of Kempsey is a very large floodplain, which can be inundated during times of flood.
And how was Kempsey Shire Council impacted by the recent bushfires?
Yes, so the bushfires in the Kempsey Shire during the last bushfire season commenced in August. Those fires were in the areas north of Crescent Head in the coastal area. But then the larger fires which occurred commenced during mid to late October and burnt through to January were in the western half of the Shire. So during the course of the fires between October 2019 and January 2020, the Karai East fire ultimately burnt approximately 140,000 hectares which is equivalent to just over 40% of the Shire area, and that was all in the areas to the west of Kempsey. Within that area is predominantly agricultural land or forestry or national park, and there was also impact on the village of Willawarren, which was directly impacted on the 8th of November. The fires that occurred largely started via dry lightning strikes during the latter part of October. In terms of the fire impacts, they were certainly quite significant in that area where the Carrai East fire burnt. We had approximately 66 houses destroyed, 170 outbuildings destroyed, we had 6 buildings, bridges destroyed, 5 bridges damaged, and we had approximately 1,100 residents register at our evacuation centres that we had open during the course of that time.
I understand you mentioned earlier that you are the LEMO, or the Local Emergency Management Officer. Is that your... does anyone else in the council have a role in relation to emergency management?
Yes, we don't have any dedicated roles to emergency management. As the motorbike in the background. Emergency management functions are, I guess, absorbed into substantive people that have other substantive roles within the organisation. Predominantly, the majority of our emergency management functions are done within my role as a LEMO and a administrative support role. And we have also available various trained people who can provide backup if required in the LEMO role or as administrative support.
Thank you. And I understand from what you said earlier that your other hat at the council relates to, in part, relates to infrastructure. Do you have any role, or does the council have any role in relation to identifying critical assets or public infrastructure for the purpose of disaster planning?
Yes, certainly we do. Having some of the key, I guess, community or public assets within the Kempsey Shire, being roads and water and sewer assets, for example, they are obviously critical to the community. So we obviously have functions for the identification of those critical assets and also their maintenance, renewal and construction, obviously.
And in terms of identification of the assets, is there a register in which those are listed?
Yes, within our local emergency management plan, there are critical or key assets that are identified. Predominantly, they are utility type assets, being obviously council's water and sewer, but also electricity and telecommunications type assets.
Thank you. I'd like to now ask you a few questions about the responsibility of the council in relation to the response to the 2019-2020 bushfires. What role did the council play in that response?
Yes, certainly Kempsey Shire Council played quite a significant role in various aspects of the response to the bushfires. So I'll just run through them. So in terms of the Emergency Operations Centre, obviously in the local emergency management officer capacity and our administrative assistant provided support into the Emergency Operations Centre during the course of the time it was open. Our EOC was open for approximately 1 week at the height of the fires. We had various staff supporting the RFS in terms of operational requests that came through, whether that be for plant. We also had mechanical assistance occurring as well. At the RFS, we had administrative assistance in terms of manning the phones and the front counter at the RFS for quite a long period. We had a series of staff rotating through shifts at the RFS performing that function, and that function occurred essentially from late October through to the end of December. At the evacuation centre, we had a series of staff rotating through shifts 24 hours a day to support the evacuation centre. Our evacuation centre was really quite a hub during the course of the event and required significant resourcing by the various agencies for it to operate. We also had significant resourcing to operational response. Obviously, our roads in terms of opening and closing and vegetation management was obviously probably the key item of work that we needed to do, in addition to bridge works in terms of restoring access over destroyed or damaged bridges. Our water and sewer teams also provided support to ensure our critical water supplies obviously were continued to be available to the RFS for their firefighting efforts and also to the community. And there certainly were at times where our assets were at risk in that regard. In terms of communications, we supported the combat agency with dissemination of information. Typically, our approach was to try and, rather than create our own communications, we would generally push messaging from the combat agency in the RFS. We would also provide road status information via the My Road Info website and also our Facebook, and communicating that to the Transport Management Centre for our regional road. That's in terms of the operational response. Since obviously the fires have ended, certainly we've had a significant effort in regard to the recovery process as well.
Thank you. And how did that level of response work together with the ordinary operational requirements that council's obliged to fulfil?
It certainly had a significant impact. As you can imagine, in terms of the evacuation centre, we had often 3 staff there, or 2 to 3 staff typically, but often more on 24-hour, on a rotating shift basis, 24-hour basis. And we also had up to 2 staff working at the front counter of the RFS in terms of manning phones, and a significant number of operational staff across our roads, parks and water and sewer areas providing response as well. So it certainly meant that a number of our services during that period were significantly impacted. Obviously, in times of emergencies like there was, particularly during the worst couple of weeks of November, some of the demands for those services do reduce, but it certainly did present its challenges for us to try and manage that level of resourcing around the clock.
Did you receive any resourcing support from other councils?
Sorry, I missed the end of that question, sorry.
Did you receive any resourcing support from other councils?
Our surrounding councils were really in similar situations to ourselves at the time. So certainly there was, I guess, some communication between the councils, but not necessarily, I guess, significant resourcing support as such.
And I understand that the Kempsey Shire Council is a member of the Mid-North Coast Joint Regional Organisation. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And are your neighbouring councils also members of that Joint Regional Organisation?
So the joint organisation member councils are Port Macquarie Hastings Council, who are our neighbour to the south, and the other member is Bellingen Shire Council, but we don't share boundaries with Bellingen Shire Council. Nambucca Council is to our north, but they are not currently a member of the joint organisation. Armidale Regional Council are to our west, but they would be part of a joint organisation on the Tablelands, I'd expect.
And in relation to that joint organisation, is any work being done at the moment in terms of disaster coordination or preparedness?
Yes, so we're one of 3 joint organisations around the state that are part of a pilot program that's been initiated by the Department of Communities and Justice. So there's a resource that's been allocated within our joint organisation area, That resource is also supporting the councils within the Mid-North Coast that are not members of the joint organisation. So effectively, I think from Port Macquarie up to Coffs or Clarence is part of the initiative. There's a number of, I guess, aspects that we'll look at over the next couple of years. So it's about increasing councils' capability to respond to and recover from disaster events. So in terms of training, our plans and exercises, improved collaboration and cohesiveness between local councils and agencies. I think that's fairly self-explanatory. Identification of priority investment to mitigate risks to critical infrastructure. So primarily part of that will be about risk assessments at the local and regional area or level. Increased resiliency of the local economy in terms of obviously our businesses and their business continuity during times of emergency. Increased capability of communities to prepare and recover from disaster events. And then ultimately there'll be a number of recommendations that will, I guess, come out of the program, which we'll then be able to look at the end of the program. One of the other aspects is about having disaster dashboards for the councils, which will obviously assist in I guess, a single point of truth for the community to go to during times of emergency.
And do you know what the time frame is for that program?
My understanding, I think, is going over for a period of approximately 2 years.
Thank you. If I could ask operator for you to bring up a document KEM 500 001 0004 at the first paragraph. Mr. Fish, this is the information that you provided to the Commission and refers to a bulk warning message that was sent over a large area. Could you please explain what occurred in that situation?
Yes, so on the, I think it was Tuesday, the 12th of November, was a day of catastrophic fire warnings across quite a bit of the state. And approximately around, I think it was lunchtime or early afternoon, there was a text message sent out to quite a large area within the Kempsey Shire. I don't understand the full area it went to, but it at least went to all areas to the west of the Pacific Highway in the Kempsey LGA, but it may have gone to the areas to the east as well. Our other local government areas also received similar messages as well. Also our neighbours. So the message effectively had text to the tune of New South Wales emergency bushfire warning, bushfire west of the Pacific Highway in Kempsey LGA, seek shelter as the fire arrives, check RFS website or ring this 1-800 number that was listed. And yeah, so that message was distributed to quite a wide area. And that brought about, I guess, a number of concerns or some panic among members of our community.
And in that area, that large area, was that large area all under threat from the fire?
Within the fire prediction mapping that was in place for that day, certainly, I think there was certainly risk over large portions of that area. In the end, that particular day wasn't, I guess, as bad as what it was forecast, and certainly the fires remained well west of Kempsey in the end. But yeah, as I said, there were, I guess, yeah, Kempsey itself received that message, which yeah, certainly I wouldn't have believed was at risk at the time of the message being distributed. And yeah, given we had an evacuation centre open within West Kempsey, you've got the hospital and various nursing homes, that message certainly created some panic. Whilst it didn't, I guess, suggest evacuation, unfortunately, yeah, members of the community can obviously misinterpret those messages. or seek to enact evacuation plans when they're not actually necessary.
I'd like to turn now to the implementation of the M plan and ask you to address, from your understanding in your role as LEMO, what worked well and then what didn't work so well.
Well, I think in general the collaboration between the agencies worked quite well. There was obviously a very large resourcing effort in terms of the RFS itself, and they were certainly very, very stretched. Our Emergency Operations Centre is not located on the same site as the RFS itself, so the RFS are located at a site in West Kempsey, and the Emergency Operations Centre is located at the police station. So we weren't on the same grounds, but certainly through a liaison officer in place at the RFS site provided a good level of communication between the RFS and the response, obviously, to the fires and the Emergency Operations Centre itself. Generally, the Emergency Operations Centre was staffed by, I guess, the key agencies at the time, which generally surrounded council itself, the Welfare Support Agency, and local land services surrounding the animal obviously management. Generally our Emergency Operations Centre obviously was able to function quite effectively in that environment and support the RFS as required in their firefighting efforts.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions. Commissioners, do you have any questions?
It's been very, very comprehensive, but Commissioner Bennett has a couple of questions and I've got one to finish up.
Thanks very much, Mr. Fisher. I've just got a couple of just small questions, but very interesting. You raised this concept of a council dashboard, and also the story with the text message fits into it as well. So I've got. Really, the question is, can you explain to me exactly what you mean by the council dashboard? Because I'm thinking of dashboards in board reports, which is probably slightly different. And how do you, and then would the council take the role of educating people to use the dashboard and to use it and to understand what it was reporting?
Yes, so the dashboards are in development as part of the joint organisation initiative, and there are a number of councils around Australia that already have dashboards that are quite effective, and effectively they provide a good summary of emergency management information in terms of plans and during the time of emergency, the necessary information that the community would need to be able to access quite easily, whether it be surrounding road conditions or potential flooding impacts. So they have potentially a great benefit in terms of communication and being a central point of truth for the community to go to for their information, rather than relying on a variety of sources. I'm certainly not suggesting that, or certainly the combat agencies also need to be a key in terms of provision of information, depending on the given event that may be occurring. Ours is in development, or basically the councils across the joint organisation it is in development at the moment, and obviously will be activated once completed. Once we're at that point, I would certainly expect a communication exercise to occur to make our residents aware of the dashboard. And certainly during any events that we have going forward of an emergency nature, the dashboards would be promoted in those events.
Okay, just two minor questions that flow from that. One is, just so I understand it, is it thought that you will have the single dashboard for the group of councils that are going to be participating in the program? My second question is, will you have to have somebody specially employed to ensure that the information is up to date? Because if it's not up to date, then it causes some problems during the course of an event. So is that what's anticipated, that somebody will be employed and presumably by liaison. And actually, I suppose the next question is, how will they access the relevant information? Will it be through the Rural Fire Service and a liaison there, or do you envisage going directly to sources such as the Bureau of Meteorology, Geosciences and matters such as that?
Yes, so I guess to answer your first question, the dashboard will be for each individual council. I understand. I think we've got very different needs potentially during the times of emergency and different risks and hazards across the various councils. One thing which I probably didn't mention would be that the dashboard will include links to the various other response agencies. So if there's relevant information being pushed by the State Emergency Service or the Rural Fire Service, for example, there would be links to that information available via the dashboards.
Thank you very much. That's particularly helpful.
Mr. Fish, just one question from me, probably multiple parts, but para 22 of your submission, which is on page 10, talks about the Australian Defence Force, and it talks about the resources stretched and the ADF came in at the end of 19. The question I've got for you the ADF was available earlier than that. Did you reach a point as an LGA where you thought you would need ADF support, and if you did, were you aware of the process that you could go through to request that support?
I was not aware of the Defence Force's availability prior to late 2019. I had probably various meetings with representatives of the Defence Force from initially from late November, but a number of discussions with representatives from early January through to probably mid-February. But certainly I'm not aware of deployments on the North Coast during the course of 2019 from the Defence Force. Certainly those resources started to become available from January 2020. And we were able to get some resourcing to assist with a few items that we required. And certainly within our submission, we've highlighted that, I guess for us, the assistance was needed back in November rather than in January. And at the time of the fires, I certainly wasn't aware of, I guess, the process that you're referring to make application to them. I only became aware of it through January, when that was my understanding was when the Defence Force were actually activated.
Oh, okay, I appreciate your answer, and it goes down the lines of the Defence Assistance to Civil Community request process, but that's another area that we will take for review. Thank you very much. Mr. Fish, we appreciate it. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Ms. Spees, is Mr. Fish complete?
Yes, he is.
He can be excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tokley.
Okay, that concludes this afternoon's evidence and concludes today's evidence, and I think it only remains to adjourn now to 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
10 a.m. tomorrow morning, Canberra time. Thank you very much. Let's adjourn.
All rise. The Royal Commission has adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.